This morning, I'm going to take things a little bit out of order because I don't want to leave something undone from yesterday's business before we begin today's business. On behalf of the citizens of Wyoming. Members of 66, on January 12th, you asked me to be the Speaker of this House. I requested that privilege and you granted me that. I take that seriously. I told you I would concentrate on two things: our process and relationships. Those two things are dependent on decorum. And yesterday, whether intentional or inadvertent, there was a breach in that decorum. A conduct unbecoming of a member of this body. I grant you this room is an octagon, but we battle ideas, not each other. And we certainly don't impugn each other. Only 60 people right now have the privilege to sit in this chamber. We also have the responsibility to hold ourselves and each other to the highest of standards. We don't have to like each other. We don't have to even maybe trust each other. But it is incumbent that we respect each other. Because only through that respect do we respect this institution. In this institution, there were 65 legislatures that came before us. And I'm hopeful there'll be 65 and many more after us. But this is our time to say, sometimes we got to just check ourselves. Check ourselves. That respect is the foundation, both that we must protect. So at this time, I'm going to allow Representative Harshman to say a few things, and then I'm going to make some comments after that. Representative Harshman, you have the privilege of the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the 66, I drove down this morning to apologize to all of you as a group and a body and our staff, and specifically to Representative Gray. What happened yesterday was a breach of conduct on the floor of this House, and it's not acceptable. And I come here to apologize for that. While attending remotely yesterday, as kind of the passionate debate, which we all know, I stepped away from my computer. I thought the audio was on, and I murmur some cuss words to myself, which were degrading to Representative Gray. And so those vulgar words then were broadcast on this floor. And so then that is a breach of decorum on this floor. And we've all worked very hard to keep that decorum. And so I apologize for that. It's wrong. And I know better than that. And so, as we move forward, and that's part of this deal. When you're in a people thing, you have people that create distractions sometimes. And I apologize for that distraction, because we got real work to do for our people. And so as we move forward, again, I just want to really sincerely apologize to all of you, and specifically to Representative Gray. And I hope you can accept my apology for this, for my breach of decorum. It wasn't right, and it won't happen again. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Harshman. I cannot, from this chair, mend a broken relationship. That will be up to you and those that may be aggrieved by your conduct. However, as the presiding officer, I'm going to take some initial steps because your conduct was unbecoming. And so I want to condemn it clearly. I identified 3 breaches in the conduct: addressing the body without leave of the chair, invoking the name of a member, which I reminded the members yesterday several times, we're debating ideas, not individuals, and then using language that is inappropriate in this chamber. As that, in addition to condemning the behavior, based on the special rule that was passed by this body, allowing me to designate who has or to allow remote participation, that privilege is now rescinded without leave of the entire body. Furthermore, I think we all, not just because of this incident, I understand this was in the context of some other challenging, frustrating moments for others. If there's members of this body that believe that myself as a presiding officer, and I have been counseled this already, have not been even-handed in how I have responded to some of this, I welcome your private counsel at any point, because I am learning as well. For now, I'll consider this matter closed unless someone else comes to me or comes to this body with another matter. And we will begin our day, which today is the fourth day of the special session, October 29th, 2021. And I think it's appropriate that we start with the Reverend Bob Thompson from First Presbyterian Church. Ladies and gentlemen, join the Reverend.
Good morning. Thank you again for allowing me to be here and pray with you as you begin your session. Hear these words from Romans 12. Let love be genuine, hate what is evil, hold fast to what is good. Love one another with mutual affection. Outdo one another in showing honor. Do not lag in zeal, be ardent in spirit, serve the Lord. Rejoice in hope, be patient in suffering, and persevere in prayer. Let us pray. God of all people and creator of all worlds, we praise you for you have given us life and filled that life with joy. We thank you for the blessings that you have bestowed upon us, and in response, we humbly bow our faces in your presence. God, I thank you for these women and men that you have chosen through the voice of the people to lead this great state of Wyoming. They are here today to faithfully serve as they have been called. They have willingly interrupted their lives to accomplish the work that is set before them. I pray you bless them with your strength and guidance that they may complete the work that they face. I pray your Holy Spirit guide them today. Be with them in their deliberations and voting. Calm their spirits, heal relationships, give them peace, Lord, the peace that only you can give. I pray for the people of Wyoming. The issues being debated and the decisions made are important and will affect each person. We are a state that looks out for one another and lends a helping hand whenever needed. May each person feel supported, and may each of us be a gift to one another. May the decisions made in this session help each community and bring peace and prosperity to the state. We pray, Lord, for those who are working hard on the front lines of this pandemic, in the medical profession, as public servants, those in the transportation service, business owners, educators, social workers, all those I haven't mentioned. Keep them safe, and may they know the appreciation of a grateful public. And Lord, each person in this room has friends and acquaintances that they love and are concerned about, people whose health and well-being are facing challenges today. We lift these people up to you, Lord, and we pray your comforting arms wrap around them, your healing hands be upon them. God, you know each person that we are concerned about. Be present in their lives. God, you have walked with us through challenging times in our past. You are the light that illumines our darkness and guides us along the narrow path that gives us life. I pray your Holy Spirit's presence with everyone here today. Open our hearts to one another. Lead us to serve and care for each other as you have taught us. Empower us to love one another through the sacrificial love that you have given us. I pray in Christ's name. Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Reverend Thompson. We appreciate you being here. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Convening roll call for the fourth day, Friday, October 29th, 2021 of this special session. Andrew. Baker. Banks. Bear. Blackburn. Brown. Burkhart. Burt. Clausen. Connolly. Crago. Duncan.
Here.
Eklund. Air. Flitner. Fortner.
Here.
Gray. Greer. Hallinan. Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Henderson. Jennings. Kenner. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson Dan. LeBeau. McGuire. Nyman. Newsom, excused. Nicholas. Oakley. Obermuller. O'Hearn. Olson. Ottman. Paxton.
Here.
Provenza. Rodriguez Williams. Romero Martinez. Roscoe. Schwartz. Sherwood. Simpson. Summers. Stith.
Here.
Stivar. Sweeney. Walters. Washit. Western. Western.
Excuse, I thought he was joining, excuse for the moment. He's supposed to be joining remotely. My apologies, Chief Clerk.
Western excused. Wharf. Excused. Williams. Wilson. Winter. Yin. Zwanitzer. Mr. Speaker. We have 57 present, 3 are excused.
Thank you, Chief Clerk. I've got several things, several privileges of the floor, but I think members, let's just take a moment and greet each other this morning. And then we will embark on the business of our day, which we do have a full day. So please this morning, greet each other and Members, please come to order. A couple announcements. I believe some of you have received a email that may contain I think I'm being told it's a exceptionally unofficial enrolled copy that may or may not have mistakes, errors. So I want to be clear that that copy was not done by our LSO staff. It was done by a member, maybe verified by another member. You use it at your own risk. If that is a fair summary, use it at your own risk, but it is been provided to many of you, if not all of you. So the folks that initiated it, provided are not guaranteeing its accuracy, but they did give us some of us a starting point. So we appreciate that. I've got two privileges of the floor. I'm going to begin with Representative McGuire. And then Representative Bear, if you're close by, we'll have yours next. Oh, my apologies. Representative McGuire,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Privilege of the floor.
please proceed.
Fellow members, we do have one of our members that is out at a funeral, Representative Newsom, and so we've got a card here. And typically, I know that this is a busy day, so my thought was if we would just try and rotate it up and down, and everybody's going to be very busy. So if you would, please don't just leave it on your desk. Try and keep it going because there are people that will want to sign it. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative McGuire, and certainly our courtesy chairman is Representative Duncan, and she may have already done something too, but I certainly, and I appreciate that, but a signed card from everybody would be also an added thought to our colleague who is grieving at this point. So Representative Bear, privilege of the floor, please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, privilege. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This morning I come to you with a heavy, heavy heart. We've already discussed the issue that is on my heart, and I've been in prayer all morning. I don't come to you with this lightly. I just want you to know that. When I was selected to be a part of this body, it was one of the greatest honors of my life, and still is. It's such an honor to be here with you all. I have been asked, well, what do you think about this job as a legislator, as a representative? And I'm always anxious to tell people that I can't tell you how much I enjoy the debate because it's so respectful. The body is so respectful of each other, even though we differ in our beliefs, we differ in our understanding of the world. We come at things at a different angle. I've heard it spoken by this speaker and by others that's the beauty of the lawmaking that we do here. The fact that we come at it from different angles and we produce good work for that. When we first voted on Zoom, on our new rules for the 66th back in January, I was one of the few that voted against it. And I just want to tell you why I voted against it. I voted against it because I understand decorum. My military background maybe is the part of it, maybe it was my time in the church, but I understand decorum, and being in a room like this, that has to be elevated so high in our hearts and in our minds. And I just feared at that time that Zoom would lighten that up. I also felt that it's important that we as a body show the people of the good state of Wyoming that we're leaders. When it comes to this pandemic that we've entered into, there's a tremendous amount of fear on people's hearts. And leadership instills confidence, not fear. And it was on my heart at that time in January that we should all be here at our desks so that we should be able to instill that confidence in the people of Wyoming. We can argue over whether the disease is worse than another or not, but that responsibility to instill confidence in the people of Wyoming, it's very important. Back to the subject of honor, each of us is now titled with that word. That's how critical this is. And I know I behave differently at my home, in my home. than I do on this floor. So I'm just as guilty as the next person about not behaving at my highest level at all times. That is human nature. But when we as a body elected to make someone's office or their bedroom or wherever their computer happens to be this bar, we changed that. We made it such that wherever that person is at, and I've been on Zoom too, wherever they're at, whenever they're on Zoom, that is the bar. It is that critical that we get our hearts and minds. And the good speaker, before we came here, knew that this would be an emotional session. And in a good way, he warned us that we should be prepared for an emotional debate, keep our emotions in check, rise to our highest level. That was a good warning. So we should have all already been on our best behavior. That's not what happened during the end of the debate for amendment number 15 yesterday, and all the way through to what we heard about this morning during the debate of amendment number 18. And because of that, and because of my title as honorable, since I've been elected to represent the good people of House District 31, and you the same, each of you with that same title and the 9,000 to 10,000 people that each of you represents, I intend to bring a motion on Monday. But until that motion, I'm going to call each of you to do the same thing I'm going to do for the next 3 days, from this time right now till this time on Monday. I'm going to ask that each of you fast. Why do I want you to fast? Because I want you to be focused in prayer to whoever your spiritual leader is. Because what we vote on Monday could be pivotal for this body. And it's that important of a vote. It's more of a matter of this body. So if you choose to listen to your constituents, I think that's great. We should always do that. But this is not a matter of your constituency. This is a matter of this body and how we go forward. The good speaker has done an excellent job of keeping decorum and working on that. It's not easy with 60 of us and all of our different personalities. And he's kept procedure in check, but it fell apart yesterday. And so we as a body need to decide how we're going to deal with that and how serious we're going to take that. Because there are over 100 years of decorum and history in this room. And will we carry it, as the good speaker said, for 65 more legislatures? Or will it fall apart here with the 66th? That's how important this vote will be on Monday morning. So on Monday morning, I will bring to you a motion for censure for one member and possibly 2 members of this body. You will have 3 days to investigate and speak to your spiritual guidance to decide how you will vote. And with that, I thank you.
Thank you. Any other member privilege of the floor? Yes. Representative Winter.
Privilege of the floor, please.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In keeping with my status as having the most kids in the legislature, and at the risk of being braggadocious, I just wanted to report that instead of 32 grandkids, I now have 33. And
Well, that is wonderful news, Representative Winters. We hope that mother and child are both healthy and in good spirits and congratulate your family. 33 grandchildren, half of the house. It could be the winter house in about 22 years. Could be the house of winter right here. Congratulations. All right, Madam Minority Floor Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First privilege.
A privilege first. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Winter, can I have one or two? I've just been dying for a grandkid. All right. With that, Mr. Speaker,
Please proceed, Madam Minority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that House Bill 1021, having been numbered, signed by the sponsor and submitted to the chief clerk, but having not been taken from the desk and placed on the order of business of introduction, reading, reference of bills as provided by House Rule 4-6, I move pursuant to Mason Section 493 that House Bill 1021 be taken from the desk and placed on that order of business of introduction, reading, and reference of bills. And Mr. Speaker, that's a debatable motion, and I would like to talk about why I'd like that to happen.
Madam Minority Floor, so if I could just frame the discussion for the members is, members, as you know, there are still bills that were not taken up, were not introduced and sent to committee. And there has subsequently been another bill that is that has been entered or has been drafted, approved, and sent to the speakers, received by the House. So the question will be before you when the motion is, can that bill, this is specific to that bill, should I be required to basically introduce that bill and refer it to committee for consideration? At least that's how I'm understanding the motion, but the good minority floor leader is welcome to continue with both clarifying the motion if you so choose and an explanation of the merits. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Friends, as you know, on the first day of this special session, we came in and we saw 20 bills on our docket. That day, I and several others received an email message. And that message was from an individual who has spent over the past year working for our department that is responsible for overseeing the health and welfare of individuals in the state as a COVID-19 contact tracer. And that message was very respectful, but talked about what her job was like. And as a contact tracer, she called individuals to find out who they had been contacted in, and you all know this, and then contacted those people, but also asked if they needed something. And then honestly had one number per county to send them to. And that message, and again, respectfully said, what are you all doing there? What are you doing there? It's about vaccine mandates. We have people all over the state who need help. And I have the evidence every single day of my job when I call folks and they tell me, I don't know what to do. I don't have enough food in my house. I called that number. We still don't have food. I'm not supposed to go outside. What am I to do? I'm having trouble getting medication. And then here's a complicated one for what's going on right now with school kids. School kids are being sent home. They're being quarantined. We've got parents who don't know what to do. Their kids are quarantined. They're not sick. They're waiting to see how a test comes out, but they can't go to work. And then there are mental health challenges. So what this bill would do is address what this constituent asked of us. While you're there, could you please do this? Right? This is what you should be paying attention to. Our folks need help. So we turned around and said, yeah, this is what this bill is about, with the hope that if we came here, we'd address the real concerns of so many of our constituents throughout the state. So with that, friends, I would ask for your favorable consideration that we take up this issue.
All right, members, so this motion is debatable, and please don't divide it. It is, I'm going to rule it out of order to divide the amendment or the motion. Any debate on the motion? Representative Jennings.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I debated whether or not to call Rules Committee on this one because when we voted on a specific subject and only one subject. And so I believe that that is considered our call, same as you would put a notice out for a public meeting. And you're not allowed to debate other items. And while we changed the rules and went back to the regular rules, we did not change the call for a special session. So I would urge you to vote no on this.
Further discussion on the motion, Representative Yin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I think I will grab my constitution after this, my state constitution, but because I believe there isn't any wording of any specified restrictions based on a call for a special session. And frankly, you know, I think this is the overarching issue that is before us, which is the COVID-19 pandemic. And so we're trying to respond to something specific, I think, with some of these bills, but I think this is the one that helps the most people. I think this bill is one where we have these lasting impacts and we have these current impacts. Every single person that gets quarantined, they have to figure out what to do with themselves, their kids, their families, and sometimes they don't have that support structure. So, you know, I have some friends that I could call on if I really need to get some groceries done, but not everyone has that. And so finding some way to support those folks who are getting hurt every single day that this pandemic lasts is one thing better that this body could do to help the rest of the state. So I will be voting in favor of the motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion on the motion, discussion with Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, and on and against the motion. You know, we came down here, we knew kind of the deadlines we had to try to get bills in place. I don't think that I don't think this bill met that deadline, but one of the issues that was raised by the good minority floor leader early in a conversation that I think is so important, and the reason that we stayed here longer than we did is that the public would be allowed to see bills and debate bills longer. And so this would bring this bill in a kind of missing part of that, right? If we're going to debate it through two houses with committee work and public debate, then I think that's important. If we're going to make one bill do that, all the bills need to do that. And so I would urge you to resist this motion.
Further discussion on the motion, Representative Romero Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know when we came together, we decided to vote on one single issue. I'm aware of that, but I find merit based in integrity in this bill effort because, again, we see an effort to address a gap for those who need care of their health, their family. And I think because of that alone, we should consider it, and of course, we will vote one way or the other. And as I sit and ponder, I think of the history of this nation, and I think of all of the comments and opinions and thoughts that really I know have good intentions. But as we prepare to face 3 days of holiness, not only should we be thinking of the departed, we should be doing our best to honor both the living and the dead. There are people that are living who have families and struggles and have lack of access to particular care that this bill addresses. And I think if we're going to keep things in context, let's not just keep citing our Constitution and forgetting about people who are living. And if we're truly going to be prayerful and thoughtful to our brethren who continue to search for lost unity, we should do that through policy of this body and also honor the people that fall under that Constitution through treaties that have gone unreconciled. And this is just one small step. I digress. I think we should break rank and we should support this, but it's up to the body. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Any other member? Representative Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm going to speak on and against this motion. It's easy for us to reach out and identify some hardships in all of our communities. It's happening. Frankly, it was happening before the pandemic hit. We as a body have taken these federal monies through the CARES Act and now the ARPA Act, and we're distributing literally hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars to our citizens to try to alleviate the challenges there. We've done that. We continue to do that. We have many programs that continue in effect. One of the criticisms I'm hearing from my constituency is that we've been too liberal and that we're actually encouraging people to stay home instead of going back to work and taking care of the challenges they have on hand. This is an ongoing process and it's not an emergency. We've had 18 other bills, House bills, that were presented to us right now. I don't know why we would reach out and just grab one, isolate it and bring it forward and put it on the table, because there was 18 other bills that were certainly worthy to be brought forward. I think we need to continue with the schedule, advance the bills we have going forward and not be diverted and be distracted by additional bills being brought to the table. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Any other member? Any other member want to speak to this motion? Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support. I hear on a certain radio program that I listen to in the mornings that the nonprofits can take care of all of this and our churches can take care of all of this. Where do those monies come from? The parishioners and the nonprofits, a lot of them are tapped out. And I think I know we still have many in need. And I agree with the last speaker that these were ongoing problems before the pandemic, but the pandemic exacerbated a lot of this. So I would ask for your favorable consideration on this particular motion and move this forward. I think if anything we do, if anything can come out of this special session, this would impact the most in need in our communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Representative Provenza.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, as we talk about allowing people to not get or to not follow the mandate to be vaccinated, so we talk about our low vaccination rate. I can't help but think that, you know, walking out of this session with that messaging, we're going to have an increased number of cases. So I would argue that it does have something to do with the COVID-19 vaccine mandate. And I've been hearing, you know, concerns from people in my community and from some of your communities that they're unable to pay their utility bills, or they're unable to get access to the food that they need, that they live far from access to those services. And COVID relief money, you know, if it's not for helping the people that are sick in that moment, that are struggling to get by because they are losing pay, they are unable to go out because they're in quarantine, then I don't know what that relief money is for. And I think we all came here to solve problems. And we might have different ideas about how to solve those problems, but I think we can all agree that if our people are hungry, we should make sure that we give them access to food. So I hope that you will vote in support of bringing this bill forward. Thank you.
Any other member? Any other member? Representative Ottman and then Sherwood. Representative Ottman, please proceed.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. While I believe that compassion and help are the American way, that's what we do in our communities. That's what we do in our families. And this body and the federal government have given lots, millions and millions of dollars. Our executive's wife has started a food program and is distributing food to the schools. The schools, through their departments, are distributing food, and it's all wonderful. It's all wonderful. And that's what we do through our communities, through our places of worship, just our own activities, how we can go over and help someone at their home or help them with food or take them food. There's been lots of people who we've taken food and put it on the doorstep because they've been sick. And those are all wonderful things. And again, that is the way of the people in this nation. But one of the reasons that we are here is to say that all of the restrictions that are put upon our people to go to work, with constant testing, with being in the vicinity of someone that may or may not be ill, have put these people at risk. And it goes back to where I believe that the two bills that we have being presented are instrumental, and we need to get with it and get those decided so that the people can be provided, so that they can go back to work and that they can do the things that their families need. So I would vote no. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Representative Sherwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support and agree that it is wonderful when the system works, when we're able to rely on our religious institutions and our nonprofits and the money that we're seeing flow through our state. However, we still have people falling through the cracks. So I stand before you today saying we've identified a gap in services. We've created a potential solution to that. And I'd love for this body to consider that solution. It is our job to take care of our friends, families, and neighbors, and to be compassionate in times of needs. And if we're here to tell the feds to stay out of our business, then we need to step up and take care of our business of taking care of our communities. We have an opportunity to alleviate unnecessary suffering of our residents. And I ask you to rise to that challenge. I want to go home and tell my constituents and tell my community that this body did everything in its power to alleviate their suffering, to fight this pandemic with compassion. And I ask you to join me.
Thank you. Any other member? Any other member? Any other member? We're not doing second reading type of rules, but I just want to give all members a chance and then we'll circle back if that's where we are. Madam Minority Floor Leader Conley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to address a couple of things, and one was about process. Friends, in all honesty, if we had adopted the special rules, I would have in some ways regrettably just written back to that constituent and said, I'm sorry, we can't do anything. This is our process. Our process is we are now on the rules of the 66, right? We could put in new bill drafts, and that's exactly what I did, right? Okay, but now to go back to the substance of what this bill does and why this is a good bill, right? What this bill does is acknowledge, and honestly, all of you are talking about it, right? What's happening in our communities and what we can do about it with the opportunity of having the ARPA funds. It allows for the Department of Family Services to respond to requests from county commissions. All right, our county commissions make that request to bolster programs that are in our communities, just like that, right? Isn't that a wonderful program, right? We use money that's designed to alleviate the hardships of COVID-19. We have our duly elected county commissions in each of our communities that have a whole variety of ways, whether they're faith-based or nonprofits or even themselves, to address these issues and address them differently than they're able to right now, right? To get people, to get food, right, on the doorsteps of those who are quarantined. And the one that gets me is, what about this whole childcare issue? For people who need to be out of work for 5 days, 8 days, when honestly that 5 or 8 days of pay makes all the difference to them. Can we get some sitters in those homes? I think so. Have I heard of any community doing that? No. But I think that our counties, our county commissions, they can be innovative in each and every one of our communities and do what works in our communities. That's what this bill would do. It would allow for it. I think it's a great way, again, to address the needs in our communities using funds that are available to us. And so with that, I would ask for your favorable consideration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion on the motion. Further discussion on the motion. I see no one going to a mic. So at this point, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to vote on the motion. The vote on the motion will be to advance this bill for eligibility to be heard by this body. So with that, Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Andrew. Baker. Banks. Bear. Blackburn. Brown. Burkhart. Burt. Clausen. Connolly. Crago. Duncan. Duncan.
No.
Eklund. Air. Flitner. Fortner.
No.
Gray. Greer. Excused. Hallinan. Haroldson. Harshman. Excused. Heiner. Henderson. Jennings. Kenner. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson Dan. LeBeau. McGuire. Nyman. Newsom excused. Nicholas. Oakley. Obermuller. O'Hearn. Olson. Ottman. Paxton.
No.
Provenza. Rodriguez Williams. Romero Martinez. Roscoe. Schwartz. Sherwood. Simpson, Summers, Stith,
No.
Stivar, Sweeney, Walters, Washit, Western excused, Wharf excused, Williams, Wilson, Winter, Yin, Zwanitzer. Mr. Speaker. Closing vote. Are there any changes? Harshman excused to no. Further changes? Bear, no to, or aye to no. Further changes? Henderson, aye to no. Further changes? Closing vote. Vote is closed. 11 aye, 45 no, 4 excused.
Thank you, Chief Clerk. So the motion has not been adopted. Members, Chief Clerk's getting that for the entry. Somebody might have left a notebook. I don't know where it was actually found, but if there's someone's notebook up here, if this is something you recognize without the yellow sticky note, come claim it at the front. It seems to be a lot of notes taken in it. It's the 2021 legislative summary inside of it. So if it happens to be yours, it's right here at the front, or will be on that table if it isn't claimed fairly soon. And then by Monday, it'll be over here in the rectangular basket on this side. Chief Clerk, Journal Committee report.
Your journal committee reports that the journal of October 28th, 2021 has been read and recommend that it be approved. Signed, Representatives Haroldson and Provenza.
All right, any other business from the floor before we embark in third reading? Any other business from the floor? I'll just make a preliminary comment. I think we're up to 11 amendments. One will be a delete the enacting clause. And as the members of this body know, that is when you can speak to the full breadth of the bill, the policy proposals within it, justifications, et cetera. So at the end, and that is always taken up last. So if we can skip to the intent of each amendment as we proceed, and then in the end, there will be the opportunity to make the broadest comments about the need and justification or not from your perspective of the bill itself. So with that, we are at that order of business. The bill's on third reading and final passage. The first bill for our consideration is House Bill 1001. Oh, Chief Clerk, please read the bill.
House Bill 1001, sponsored by Representative Greer. COVID-19 vaccine employer mandates, an act relating to labor and employment, be it enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
Thank you, Chief Clerk, and I apologize because that is not actually on my script that I have to say that. So I just want to say, follow the script, Chief Clerk. All righty. Let's get to work. All right, we have amendments. Thank you very much. The first amendment, 010013001, Representative Sherwood. And just a reminder to the body, third reading is sponsor, first time, second time, back to the sponsor. Unless there are divisions, and then of course, game on. Now, I will say before this motion is made that I was down in the Senate, checking their chief clerk, and I wasn't lamenting, but I was commenting on the multiple divisions we had on committee of the whole with the standing committee amendment. And the chief clerk in the Senate said, "Oh, that's nothing. We had a bill. We had one with 58 divisions one time." So 58 divisions. Let's not try to outdo them. Let's not try to outdo them. With that, Representative Sherwood, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move third reading amendment 3001 to House Bill 1001 and ask for your thoughtful consideration. This amendment is meant to provide a laser focus for this bill so that it would only apply to businesses that would be impacted by the federal mandate, those with 100 or more employees. This ensures our small businesses wouldn't be caught up in any unintended consequences of this bill. And with that, I look forward to your dialogue.
Further discussion on the amendment. On the amendment, Chairman Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad to have the explanation because I wasn't sure when I read it. I think the problem with that is that there's a lot more than the 100 employee mandate at stake here. We also have the potential one coming from the healthcare side, which could easily affect a small office of, 2 doctors and a nurse or something, anybody who falls under that category. So I think we need to cover people who are affected by things as broadly as possible. So I think with that explanation, I would vote no.
Further discussion on the amendment. On the amendment, Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the comments of the good chairman of Labor Health because I think that's a very key point. But sensing that we're going to be here for a couple of hours debating these next few amendments, I think it would be probably smart of us to go ahead and adopt this one and then have the bringer of this amendment go back and draft another one in the next few hours to bring forward a fix to that as well, because I think that's the intent of what we're trying to go for here. But I would say vote aye, and then let's also clean this up to make sure that these smaller businesses here in the state of Wyoming dealing with healthcare issues are also exempted. So thank you.
Thank you. Representative Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge an aye vote on this because my whole issue on this entire bill was it was anti-small business. This helps me vote for the entire bill because what it does is it helps us maneuver and keep our small business to be able to be autonomous and to do what they want to do. And with this, it allows those that not have to choose between the Fed's mandate. And so the bulk of the bill will take care of those for the Fed mandates, but it allows our small businesses to continue to operate the way they see and they want to do for themselves. So please vote aye. And if there's other issues like our good labor chairman discussed, let's fix that later. But this will help me in particular be able to vote for the bill. And I think it'll help a lot of our small businesses across the state breathe easy once we pass and are done.
Thank you. Chairman Burkhart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, a caution on this. It does more than set this small business, large business division. Looking specifically on the amendment line 1 and 2, where it says after employment insert and shall include independent contractors. I think that opens a real can of worms of now including independent contractors who work for companies under contract in this. And there are a lot of them out there. I've worked as an independent contractor. There are other people in this room who have, and now we're being included in this, while it's a special bill, as if we were employees. I think that's a bad precedent to set. I think we're going down the wrong road with that one. On and against the amendment.
Any other member for their first time? We're on first time. Representative Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and in favor of the amendment. As I discussed in first reading, the bill as written creates a lot of burdens and doubts for the very small businesses in Wyoming. And as a former small businessman, I would be in that situation. And I think that by relieving these small businesses of these burdens and doubts is a critical piece to add to this legislation. I worry about the burdens and doubts for the larger businesses as well, but specifically the smaller ones. So very strongly in support.
Thank you. Any other members for their first time? First time? First time. Any members for their first time? Checking online. Second time. Second time before the sponsor. Second time before the sponsor. Representative Sherwood. Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To address the independent contract piece, as a realtor and as a broker, one of the problems is that a majority of us are independent contractors. So if I, as a broker, want to have the rule of, say, I want to have a mandate in my office of only vaccinated people in my office, they're independent contractors. So they would fall under one of those, they would fall under some of this. So you have to remember, not everybody, an independent contractor isn't just one person. There are businesses that are here in Wyoming that are over 100 people, right there in the capital city, that have over 100 independent contractors that are employed, or not necessarily employed, but they're affiliated with one particular company, and they're all independent contractors. So this does pick up some of those people. They have, places in Teton County that they realtor brokerages that have over 100 independent contractors. So having independent contractors in there is important, because you may have a brokerage that has more than 100. So it's not just the one or two here and there. We have brokerages as real estate brokerages that have that large number of people. So it's important to have that piece in there. Just wanted to give some clarification there.
Thank you. Any other member on second time? We're on second time before the sponsor. Third reading amendment number 1. To the sponsor, Representative Sherwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to this body for your consideration. Again, just to clarify, it was my intent to include independent contractors in this definition, so that when we're looking at that count, that threshold of 100, and it, again, not knowing what the federal guidelines will be, because we're a little bit out ahead of them here. I just wanted to make sure that you're either an employee or your contractor, but that's counted in that size requirement. So if you feel that this amendment helps protect our small businesses from potentially our overreach, then vote yes. And if you feel that the bill stands alone without it, then vote your conscience. Thank you.
Thank you. So members, we're voting on third reading amendment number 1, House Bill 1001. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Chair is in doubt. All those in favor, please rise. Thank you. All those opposed? The amendment has not been adopted. 2628. Amendment 001 has not been adopted. Next amendment is 002. Chairman Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move third reading amendment number 2 to House Bill 1001 and ask for your favorable consideration. Folks, I hesitate to call it a cleanup amendment, but it is in that spirit, doesn't really change the substance of what we're trying to do. This affects that paragraph about the medical exemptions that we talked about, and it has 2 parts. The first, as you'll see, we just, and I've worked on this sort of topic many times before, inserts advanced practice nurse or physician assistant after the word physician, so that there's more options for people who can sign off on these exemptions. And of course, we've dealt with scope of practice things before. The second part of it is just in that paragraph C, I felt that looking at the employee is fully recovered from an infection, we didn't define it. There are a lot of things. Okay, I had a cold 2 weeks ago. I'm still blowing my nose. Am I fully recovered? Am I not? That just seemed kind of hard to pin down. So I just simply went with has previously tested positive for COVID-19. That could be antibody test, that could be a regular serology test, whatever. I don't specify, but I just felt that it put more specificity that was easier to track in the bill. So I'll stand for any questions.
Questions on the amendment? Questions on the amendment? Second, anybody for their first time? First time? Seeing none. Since you're ready to vote, all those in favor of third reading amendment number 2 to House Bill 1001, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Amendment is adopted. Ladies and gentlemen, third reading amendment number 3 is to delete the enacting clause. So that is automatically placed at the bottom of the order. It'll be the last order of business on this bill prior to final vote. Next bill for our consideration is, or next amendment, 3004, Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I would move third reading amendment number 4 to House Bill 1001 and ask for your favorable consideration. As this bill has proceeded, we have put some onus and some work on a certain agency within the state that will be required to accept from employers these documents to see if they are going to seek a vaccine requirement and then how they plan to move forward with their plan. So the agency will be required to file that. And then if there's any aggrieved parties, they will be required to investigate what those plans look like to determine if the grievance is warranted or not. And all of that costs money. And this is an agency, and as we know, all of state government has been reduced. We have tightened our belts everywhere. But we're expecting this state agency to do this work. And so all this amendment does is it puts in $400,000 from now until the end of the next biennium, which is June 30th of 2024. And it authorizes one at-will employee to carry out these duties. Discuss this idea with the agency. They felt this was an adequate amount of money. They really, quite honestly, probably would have liked to see a little bit more, but we pinched them back in our discussions and then felt that this was an adequate amount of time. And so extended it through the end of the biennium just to make sure if there was a need to tie up loose ends after this bill expires, which is in October, that there would be plenty of time for those employees to make sure that all loose ends and grievances had been addressed. And so that's the purpose of doing this. You'll notice on the bottom of the amendment, lines 28 through 31, there is section C, and this is intended to not move forward in the following biennium. So this is hopefully a one-time request for these dollars. And really the purpose is to make sure that this agency is able to do the work that we are asking them to do within this bill. So I would ask for your favorable consideration.
Thank you. Any member for the first time? First time? Chairman Eklund.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Was there consideration in taking the money out of, instead of the general fund, taking it out of the COVID funds that we've received?
Thank you. Any other member? First time? Any other member? First time? Any other member? First time? Second time, back to the sponsor, Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I should have pointed that out. It was a great question that was asked. Why the general fund for these dollars versus some of the federal funds that the state has received? And the real reason is because all of those federal funds have restrictions, and doing this kind of work with those federal funds are probably restricted. So we can use it out of the general fund. There has been some work done by the chief executive to make sure that we can use some of our federal funds in other ways and create more funds within the general fund. And so that's why, but it really boils down to it's an inappropriate use of the federal funds for this purpose. And so we had to use it from the general fund.
Thank you. Members, we are voting on third reading amendment number 4, House Bill 1001. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The amendment is adopted. Division being called. All those in favor, please rise. Those opposed? The amendment is adopted 29-23. Third reading of number 4 is adopted. Next amendment 3005. Representative Yin.
Mr. Speaker, I move amendment number 5 for third reading, H 3005 to House Bill 1001, and ask for your favorable consideration. So members, we had that amendment yesterday to deal with judicial stays. I think you all remember me being unsure of whether that language actually did what the intent of the bringer was. And so I worked on some language to try to capture that intent a little bit more accurately and make sure that we still don't leave anyone out in the cold. And so I worked with all of, I don't know, I can't say for sure that it was all of the lawyers that are members of the House, but I worked with many of the lawyers that were members of the House, because I remember also the member from the capital city saying you had 7 different lawyers with 7 different opinions. I tried to get all of them to be on the same opinion, and I do hope you will vote in favor of this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any other member? Representative Craigo, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just ask the body to vote aye on the amendment. It does clarify the amendment we worked on yesterday, and I applaud the bringer of the amendment for his hard work in getting it done. Thank you.
Further discussion on the amendment, first time. Any member for their first time? First time. First time, second time. Seeing none, back to the sponsor. Members, we are voting on third reading, amendment number 5, House Bill 1001. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The amendment is adopted. Next amendment is 3006, Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move third reading amendment to House Bill 1001, amendment number 6, and I ask for your favorable consideration. Ladies and gentlemen, this particular amendment is simply putting those who have natural immunity on the same playing field as those who have been vaccinated. So I know that that's a controversial item, especially because of the way people see the science. There's 2 sides of this. And I have stated to this body that I won't get into that debate. I've tried before. I think all of us are fairly well entrenched in what we believe about the science. So we're probably not going to influence each other very much. But I do believe that it's important that the good people of Wyoming and this body have the opportunity to try and treat these people the same. So therefore, I bring this amendment and ask for your favorable consideration.
Thank you. Any member for their first time on the amendment? First time on the amendment? First time on the amendment. Representative, I don't know if he's going to the mic or going to the outside the room. Representative Burt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I could just get some clarification. As we know that long-term effects with COVID, well, who would determine the actual definition of fully recovered? I know that some long-term cases that some people that have received the COVID, gone through COVID, may still have lung issues or heart issues. Would there be some type of a standard that we know that if someone has a long-term effect on their lungs, if that's going to be a permanent, could that still be considered fully recovered? And if not, then would they have to get back to a certain percentage beforehand to be able to make that standard? Just trying to figure out if we can avoid a future argument on if or if not someone is fully recovered. I'd like that clarification, please. But on the sense, I do like the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other member for the first time? Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a quick question on this. It just says in the amendment, written evidence. My only concern with that is, do I get to write that evidence if I say that, or is this going to be documented medical evidence from a licensed physician? I think the language, I actually don't have a problem with the amendment in general terms. I actually think it's probably pretty smart. However, I am concerned that the language is not tight enough it does concern me that I'd be able to write my own amendment or my own, basically permission slip to get away from this, and makes my employer just say, well, you wrote it, it's okay. So I would again urge, maybe we're going a little faster than I anticipated, Mr. Speaker. This is I think this might be a record for us, but I would say maybe if we can bring this back as a later third reading amendment that says written by a medical professional, I'd feel a lot more comfortable with it. Thank you.
Thank you. First time, Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So my question goes to, if number one proven, I'm not sure, as the previous speaker alluded to, what's the qualifying, if they've got to take an antibody test or just write themselves a note. But further, if they're working in a hospital environment, let's say, does this also preclude them? They don't have to mask, even though that might be a requirement in a caregiver place, a nursing home might have a requirement, the senior center might have a requirement, the hospital. Does this forego that? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Chairman Zwanitzer, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had three concerns, and the first two were already mentioned on the written evidence. And at least where I work at a hospital, we treat people when they get the vaccine, they have different privileges and rights as opposed to those who still have to wear a mask, et cetera. And so in the language that says shall be treated as if you received the vaccination, that would cause real controversy from my workplace. But my third point, which I talked about yesterday that really bothers me, is on line 5 that it says shall. And so because I don't know what written evidence is, all of a sudden the employer isn't required, shall not be required for any other alternative measures to double check that. If it said may, I'm not sure I'd like it, but I'd feel a little more comfortable. But and I hate to call it a poison pill because I don't think it's designed as that, but you're causing a lot of controversy with this amendment without some additional amendments on definitions of what constitutes written evidence and how this is going to work. And so maybe there is still time to rewrite it and put some, I don't think we've used the word sideboard yet for special session. Now I have, to tighten it up some and make it so it is a workable amendment. I don't think this helps the bill as intended, the way it's drafted.
The other member for the first time, Chairman Eklund.
Mr. Speaker, so to the bringer of the amendment, we talked about, I'm trying to remember, we talked a lot last couple of days about this bill. We talked about natural immunity, and I can't remember whether we got any of it into statute. And if we didn't, I think it's a good idea to do it. I think it's a good intention, but looking at the stack of papers I've got, we've got plenty of time to maybe alter this amendment a little bit.
Any other member for the first time? Members for their first time, Amendment 3006. First time, second time, second time. I got to check online. Second time to the sponsor, Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do appreciate both the debate and its brevity. So the question was brought up, fully recovered. Okay, we're talking about people that are infectious, so that's the particular fully recovered we're talking about, not about long-term effects to an individual's body, but what their infectious status is where they might affect someone else. That's really what we're debating about in this entire bill, is protecting each other from each other. And so that is what we're talking about when we talk about fully recovered. We also heard issues with the language. I'm not an attorney, but I do have a great staff of attorneys in our LSO that drafted this amendment. So I'm good with their verbiage as they brought it up. If the attorneys that have brought up issues with this amendment would like to bring another amendment, I welcome them to do that. They know what language they're concerned about, and I would welcome that in a future amendment. Masks were brought up. Okay, this amendment is specifically about putting people on equal footing. So if a vaccinated person is required to wear a mask, so will a recovered person with natural immunity. We were told that from one of the chairmen that people at his particular hospital are treated the same. That's fine at that hospital, but we're saying in this statute, it'll be every hospital in the state of Wyoming and every business. There was questions about the definition of immunity. As far as I can tell, we've already addressed that. Immunity's been defined in this bill. So I'm good with this amendment. And I hope you will all vote on behalf of this amendment and for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, we are voting on third reading, Amendment number 6, House Bill 1001. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
The amendment is not adopted, and just to save someone else, I'll call for division myself. All those in favor of the amendment, please rise. All those opposed to the amendment, this will be a close vote. Please, if you are voting against the amendment, stand still. The amendment is not adopted. 2429. House 3006 is not adopted. Next amendment, House 3007, Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move third reading amendment number 7 to House Bill 1001 and ask for your favorable consideration. Ladies and gentlemen, I've made my stance pretty clear when it comes to this debate is we're really pitting individual liberties with business liberties, and these business liberties of people who might be my neighbors who have their own small business and may be forced to hold on to employees and may be forced to provide some level of accommodation. So this amendment is really just trying to tighten up what those accommodations may mean. So if you look, if somebody wants to debate these opposite, in two different situations, we could certainly divide this if you want. But the top portion of this says an employer should not be required to provide an employee's preferred reasonable accommodation. What we don't want happening with this is if an employee says, hey, I don't want to be vaccinated, but I'm a registered nurse, let's say, and that reasonable accommodation means that I may need to put you in a position, because earlier in the bill, it does say that we want to limit your exposure to other patients and or employees or whatever the case may be. So we're going to make you a file clerk, and that's a reasonable accommodation. But then that employee says, well, no, I don't want to be a file clerk. I want to continue nursing. All this is basically doing is that first step of the amendment is basically saying, no, we don't, as an employer, we don't have to keep you in your area that you want to stay in. This is allowing us to find a reasonable accommodation to put you into something along those lines. Then the second part of this amendment is just taking it a step further, a slight step further, by basically saying nothing is requiring these employers to stick with a like job with like responsibilities and or the same pay. It is allowing these, again, we'll use a registered nurse for this example. If a registered nurse is making $80,000 a year and we make a reasonable accommodation to make them a file clerk or to put them in a position where they're still employed, there's nothing requiring that employer to keep that employee paying $80,000 a year. This is just a simple way of trying to protect the business owner, that if you're going to force me to keep an employee via this bill, that you give me some rights and some latitude to do what I see fit, as long as I'm providing a reasonable expectation and a reasonable accommodation, I can do that. And this is really trying to tighten up the language, because the language that we have in here right now honestly does open up a lot of employers to litigation. And as I've talked about many a times on this floor, I really don't want to open up these small businesses to litigation. I honestly think that's what we're doing with this bill in general, is making lawyers even richer. I think that that's what we've done here is we've opened up a gigantic box full of lawyers reaching in to find and wait for somebody to violate this law so they can just start charging a couple $100s an hour. Sorry to the 7 lawyers that I counted in here yesterday, but I do think that that's what we're doing here. So this is trying to tighten up the language a little bit and just saying, hey, look, if you're going to require me to keep these employees, that's fine. But allow me the latitude as the employer to set that reasonable accommodation and move this forward. So that's the amendment in a nutshell.
Any member want to visit to this amendment? First time on the amendment. Chairman Wilson.
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we've lost some of our 7 attorneys, and I'm not one. But it seems to me that and one of the reasons that I wrote the idea of reasonable accommodation into House Bill 1006, which is not on the table, was because that phrase has been adjudicated and dealt with by HR folks and courts for close to 50 years in some of it. And as I'm not an attorney, I wonder whether this attempt might really go afoul of existing case law and existing guidelines that come from the commission that deals with employment opportunity in DC. I would like some more input on that, because otherwise I think I might not want to go where this amendment is leading.
Thank you. Members, for the first time, Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd urge a no vote on this amendment. There's a reason why in the employer discrimination section of our statutes, why it is very clear that this kind of practice is not allowed, because it is threatening and it's basically like hiring or firing. It's very similar to threaten someone's pay and to say, well, you're going to be reassigned in a way that is going to threaten their pay. There's a reason why this is not allowed. Remember, in the penalty section, we folded this now into the existing arbitration process. So for one, I think it's very important this is said, you don't necessarily need an attorney to go through arbitration. Now you can, but you don't necessarily need one. So, this argument that, lawyers are going to be enriched from this statute with the changes in penalties, I really would push back on that. And arbitrators know this is what they do. They know how to look at whether the reasonable accommodation was met. And that's why that phrase is all over the statute books. And it's the balancing test that we talk about a lot. And so I think that's the direction that we've gone in the discrimination statutes, and that's the direction this bill has gone. And this amendment really, it moves this bill in a direction of a lack of clarity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Other members for their first time. We are on first time Amendment 3007. First time. First time. Representative Nyman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sitting here and it's kind of like deja vu all over again. It brought up a situation I faced when I was owning a business and had an employee that when it got into the time of year where we were not terribly busy. And I had to reduce his hours because I just couldn't afford to keep him on at the level and the rate that I had in there. And so he quit and sued me for unemployment and for compensation. And I'm like, I didn't fire you. I didn't let you go. I mean, I just reduced your wages because I just simply couldn't pay that much anymore. And I just didn't have the work to keep you going, but I wanted to keep him on. And he won. Took me, I can still remember sitting in that office and I'm like, so-and-so, what are you doing? I mean, now I'm going to have to, and oh yeah, he took me right to the wall and I paid for him to sit at home. And after that, and so that was a difficult situation. So I can see where you're talking about this. And I think there's things in there that are, if somebody does that to somebody and then we're not limiting the ability or saying that, just because you've been dealing with this and this is a COVID related issue, that somehow that you're now absolved or not going to be able to have the opportunity to petition. I mean, in my position, I was very well meaning. There was no trying to take advantage of anybody or hurt anybody. It's just simply, I didn't have the money to pay you. the level of pay that I was paying you. And he took me he took me to the cleaner. No offense, Representative. But anyway, yeah, that's just for information's sake. It's already happening.
Thank you, Representative Sweeney. First time on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I rise in support of this amendment. Having employed at times close to 300 individuals in our different companies, this is a terrific. We talk about clarification, and as a large employer, and I also represent in my district a number of large employers that this is all going to affect. So why shouldn't the employer have a few rights in all of this? And I think this is a great amendment and is very much needed. So I would urge your aye vote.
Thank you. Any member for the first time, Representative Haroldson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So one thing I think we need to, I guess I would like to go back to is, I think one thing we can agree on both sides of this is the vaccination is proven that it does not keep you from contracting COVID, and it also does not keep you from giving COVID. And so I think that needs to be brought into consideration as we talk about this. It's not proven to eliminate COVID. They have tests out there that say that it hampers COVID, or it gives you a better chance, but at the same time, you still can contract and give. And now we're going to separate people from other people because we're saying that it's in the term of protection. And so I think that we're really in this point, I think we almost need to ask a question even further. Why are we even separating or alienating people by their decision to be vaccinated or not vaccinated? And this puts it in a deeper position and even a deeper place. Now we're actually saying that there's justification for that. So I think that we need to be very careful. And I think that to vote for this would really be going directly against individuals' rights and the individual rights of people in the state of Wyoming. So I would definitely encourage a no vote.
Further discussion on the amendment for first time. First time on the amendment. First time on the amendment. Representative Roscoe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in favor of the amendment. Without something like this, it seems to me that there's government overreach into private business owners. I always thought that you had the right to move people around within your company and adjust how you saw fit. It seems to me like, which has been brought up before, that we're going backwards in a lot of this. And we as a state are creating overreach into our private businesses. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The members for their first time. We're on first time. Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the testimony that was just given, but as an employer, I care to be able to have that freedom to move my employees around as I see fit. But I know full well that I can't do so based on their sex or their race. And that's what we're doing here. We're putting everyone, vaccinated or not, on the same ground. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Gray, first time. Oh, my apologies. You are on the list first time. Second time before the second time. First time. My apologies. First time. Representative Henderson for your first time. Amendment 3007.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to say briefly, I believe this bill is very anti-business all around. I haven't decided on this amendment, but it's not going to solve the issues fundamentally flawed in this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. On the amendment. Any member on 3007? 3007, first time. Second time, Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would urge a no on this amendment. Again, I wanted to talk a little bit about some of the discussion from the last first round and a little bit of pushback on a couple things. One, the idea in this bill as it currently reads that someone, if they were reassigned, couldn't have lower pay, that's not necessarily inconsistent with a reasonable accommodation. It's reasonable accommodation. But what this amendment does, and the reason the statute books don't go this far, this amendment says someone comes into the office and says, I'm not going to adhere to the COVID-19 vaccine. Well, then the employer just says, well, your pay is going to be lowered. That conversation with this amendment would be allowed. It can't be a causal thing where it becomes threatening in nature. And so if a reasonable accommodation can't be met, and this is the balancing that an arbitrator does, that's why the existing statute goes through arbitration. In some ways, while with the seriousness of the situation, I did vote no on the change in the penalty. In a way, there are some things in this bill that should, with that amendment, that should really alleviate any notion that this is inconsistent with what is already in the statute books, which is that discrimination is not going to be allowed. And that's not inconsistent with being pro-business, because discrimination is not good for our business climate. And these are discriminatory practices. So it does not mean that someone couldn't be reassigned and the current statute as it reads and ultimately receive lower paid, but that can't be causal. It can't be the cause. And ultimately it can't be part of the way that this is presented with the employer-employee relationship from the get-go. So I'd really urge a no on this. I think this section is not needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you, Representative Gray. Any other member for their second time? We're on second time 007. Representative Brown to the sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the lively debate. Chances are there's a good chunk of you that didn't even listen to the debate, already know how you're going to vote, and that's okay too. But I do want to bring a couple of pieces of information here. There was a couple of discussions here that I think are really pertinent for us to consider as a body. First one is I heard that this is already covered in discrimination law. I really want to make sure we're all clear here. Discrimination law does not have vaccination status as a protected class. Race, gender, age, those are protected classes. Vaccination status is not a protected class by the federal government, and we're attempting to make it one here by saying things like that on this floor. That's not okay, because that's not what we're writing. That's not what this law is saying. Then I also heard the discussion of we can't make this threatening. We can't make this threatening to the employee. Ladies and gentlemen, I would submit to you that this entire bill is threatening to businesses. The entire business practicing, we are upending it. We are now saying you can't be threatening to your employees, but your employees can be threatening to you, and you have to take it. You have to take it as a healthcare provider, as a doctor who wants to run your own medical practice, who wants to take care of elderly, who wants to take care of COPD patients. You now have to make sure that you provide a reasonable accommodation for that nurse that's going to work for you. If he or she decides not to get the vaccination, that reasonable accommodation can now be litigated if they want to. I'm just trying to protect the businesses here a little bit and make this bill a little bit more palatable for the opportunity for a business to even be somewhat supportive of this. Be honest with you, I have not received one business email supporting this bill or any legislation that has been brought forward. Not one business group, not one business. I have not received that. If you have, please forward it to me as a business owner saying, please restrict my rights as an employer, allowing me to do what I need to do. I don't think what we're doing here is all that concerning, considering, as the chairman of Labor Health brought up, that there is a commission that oversees a lot of this. And to be completely frank with the body here, that's actually where this language came from. I actually went to the EEOC's website and found a lot of this information and had our attorneys in the back draft a non-wordy email or a non-wordy amendment to try to protect businesses' rights as simplistically as possible by taking what they have. And trust me, if the federal government knows one thing, it's how to make a one sentence turn into 52 pages. And that's what we've done with this, is we basically said, this is actually rule that's already in place out there in the federal government. I just want to make it clear that we don't even have to go to the federal government sidelines. We don't have to worry about an EEOC claim. And I apologize about using acronyms. The Employment Commission that oversees all of these. I'm trying to stop that from happening to either the employee or the employee. We don't need to be sending our people to do this when we can clarify it in statute. It's a pretty simple amendment that basically just says, hey, look, I'm okay with you sticking around, but if you're going to make me keep you on staff and I have to provide you a reasonable accommodation, I, as the employer, have the opportunity to figure out what I'm going to do with that. I, as the employer, have the ability to not have to pay you unemployment because you disagreed with the state that I was going to put you in. It allows me to provide that accommodation and then you to not file an unemployment claim against me and get that guaranteed because I provided you something as an employer. That's all I'm trying to do here. This isn't nefarious. If anything, this actually helps the bill and helps me even potentially support it because we're actually supporting the businesses and we're balancing it with the employees' rights. We've really got to be careful. We're treading a fine line here. And I do think, to be honest with you, I've run this through a few different attorneys out there and a few different businesses and business groups out there to see what their thoughts were. And they said, it makes it better. It helps. We still don't like the bill. I'm trying my best here. And that's what our job is here, is to take a bill and mold it into something that we can try to support, try to find that compromise solution. That's exactly what I'm trying to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, members. We are voting on third reading amendment number 7, House Bill 1001. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
Chair is in doubt. All those in favor, please rise. Thank you. All those opposed? The amendment is adopted 30-24. And the reason I counted, even though, because if 30 members had been here, I know we have a couple of excused, but 30-30, the amendment would have failed. So I wanted to be clear about where the amendment stood. It is adopted. 3008 is adopted, or 3007. My apologies. 3007 is adopted. Next amendment, 3008. Representative Washut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I bring to you Amendment 3008, House Bill 1001, and ask for your favorable consideration. Folks, yesterday when we were debating this issue about a knowing requirement for violations, we talked about how that would protect employers who might be caught unawares that this legislature had created law in this area, and that it would be fair that the employer should know about the law before they are obligated to it. And so all this amendment does is stipulate that when the employer receives notice that they're in violation, and that could come from anywhere, okay? From employees, from a union, from a lawyer, virtually anywhere. Once the employer is put on notice that you're policy may be in violation of state law, then that employer has an obligation to become familiar with that law. And if it is in fact in violation of our law, that the employer would have an obligation to bring their policy or regulation into compliance with our statute. So the problem with a knowing requirement is, how do you prove whether or not somebody knew what the law was? So this simply says, once you have notice, if in fact you are in violation and you've been notified, then it is your duty to come into compliance. So I ask for your favorable consideration.
Thank you. Any member for the first time on the amendment? First time on the amendment, Representative Stiff.
Mr. Speaker, since the amendment uses the word knowingly or unknowingly, I felt just compelled to speak. I guess it's written. My question to the bringer of the amendment is this. It seems like the language is, if you unknowingly create a COVID-19 vaccine mandate, and that seems really unlikely to ever happen. Because if you're the employer and you create the mandate, you know you did it, right? You didn't accidentally create the mandate. And it seems that from the comments of the bringer of the amendment, that the intent of the amendment is to deal with not knowing what the law is. Okay, and yet the way the amendment's drafted, it seems to not refer to about whether you know what the law is, but whether you know that you created the mandate. So if the bringer could just address that at his convenience, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Other members for their first time? Members for their first time? First time, seeing none. Second time to the sponsor, Representative Washut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In response to the question, yesterday during our debate, we mentioned this knowing requirement. It wasn't knowing to create the law, but that you, or the mandate or the regulation by the employer, but rather, did you knowingly do so in violation of some aspect of this statute? And so this language in this amendment is intended to correct that, so that when the employer, who obviously knew he created the mandate, who obviously knew he created the regulation, but in doing so did not know that he was running afoul of the statute, once put on notice, would have to bring his mandate or regulation into compliance with the statute.
Thank you. Members, we are voting on third reading amendment number 8, House Bill 1001. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
The amendment is adopted. House 3008 is adopted. Members, I think it'd be a good time to stand in recess for 15 minutes. We've been at it for 2 hours, and we have, I think, 3 more amendments, if none more, 3 more amendments and the delete the enacting clause. So the House will stand in recess until 10:45. The House will please come to order. All right, members, we're back continuing with third reading. House Bill 1001. We are now on third reading amendment number 9. Representative Larson, Dan.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I move third reading amendment number 9 to House Bill number 1001. It's kind of a continuation of debate yesterday on an amendment brought by a representative from north of Cheyenne here. And just adding a couple words and clarifying a nasal swab. On page 6, line 20, after guidelines, we will insert provided that testing by means other than by use of nasal pharyngeal swab shall also be offered to its employees when available. And so we've added the definition of the swab, which is the one that reaches way back almost into your brain, which doesn't feel good. And then we've added shall, or I guess it was also, I'm sorry, shall also. So we added also, and then when available at the end. So I'd ask for your I vote on this. I think it's a good clarification, and it was quite a lot of the discussion was on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Members for their first time, Representative Andrew, for your first time, Amendment 009.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and for the amendment, as an employer who has to do a lot of testing, there are, now so many options of very accurate tests for, pretty inexpensive prices. You can buy boxes of the antigen tests on the internet and have them shipped to you just to have done in your office. And, the test that had the, nasopharyngeal swab, if I'm even saying that right, that goes way back, 6 or 7 inches into your nose was important at one point. It had, that was basically the only way to do it. But there are so many options now. I don't know any reason why an employer would want to subject their employee to that unless maybe they were trying to make the process the punishment. And, if you don't get vaccinated, then you have to stick this way back into your head twice a week, something like that. And, this might be reasonable in an earlier time, but there's so much availability of so many other options now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Other members, first time, Representative Knapp, first time. Or actually, I'm going to go to the internet just because the yellow hand, she's getting tired of holding up her digital hand. Representative Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Actually, I wouldn't be opposed to this if it said may, just because my issue is research happens so quickly and different things happen so fast that we could have some alternative that's just a prick of the finger or something that's such more accurate and faster that I just don't like the word shall. I would rather may. So if I'd be more inclined if someone would quickly come up with, maybe even myself, come up with a different version real quick. I'm okay, but I'm adverse to the word shall. But I just want to remind that there's so many other, research is so fast. So because it has shall in it, I'm going to be inclined to say no. But if we could quickly throw something in there pretty quick that takes the word shall out of it, I wouldn't be opposed.
Thank you, Representative Knapp, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe, and I'll let the bringer of the amendment talk to that, but I believe the shall refers to just options, not one specific test. I'd like to call this amendment the no-brainer. It's an accurate test, and there are other accurate tests, and people should be allowed to have options, and this gives options to employers as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative Nyman, first time on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, and I as well, I just want to relay some information I received this morning from a constituent up at home. He says she's dealing with it, and some of the costs, personally, that she relayed to me, and I won't go into all those numbers. And it's if anybody wants to see it, I'd be glad to share it with them, but just in an effort to try to keep this short. One of the issues that she pointed out to me is that a lot of the folks in the medical industry that she deals with, because she is involved in the medical industry as a nurse and a help up there with our some of our, God, you got to be careful. Anyway, she's involved in the medical industry, and she said that the issues that she's seeing with these swabs is that now she's got cohorts that are saying that they've never dealt with migraines before having this test. And another thing she relayed to me that was concerning to me is she says that a lot of people don't know that these swabs are sterilized with ethylene oxide, which is a known carcinogen. And he said, and has been known to cause brain tumors. And so with that in mind, why would it not be good to offer people an alternative? And I hate to put on a requirement, but man alive, I would like to be able to know that I have options. And if a company just decides, no, I'm not going to really offer you any other options, hey, it's the one that could potentially give you migraines. We don't know that it does. We don't know that it doesn't, but we're just going to only offer this one because it's handy and we got a lot of them. And we want to use these up before we go on to the new ones. I mean, that's not a very good spot to be. I mean, you got folks that are trying to comply and trying to do what's right, that they can offer that option to them too, that we could potentially give you a carcinogen into your sinus cavity that's close to your brains and all those other issues. So, I mean, if there's other better options or moving forward options, and I think the company should give those options to their employees. And I was reminded, you know, these tests, a lot of different swab test stuff like are readily available. Department of Health, get a hold of them, let them know for free. They're available. So by all means, if they're there, take advantage of it. But come on, guys, let's give folks options, okay? Who wants that?
Thank you. Representative Hallinan? Nope, Representative Walters, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to encourage a no on this. This is drafted under the assumption that employers are big, bad, mean people, and they're not. Employers do a lot to make sure that their employees are safe, well protected. They invest a lot of money in their employees to train them, to provide them with the appropriate equipment that they need to do the job and do it safely and do it well for the expectations. And so as the language currently reads, it does provide those employers with all the necessary tools in the toolbox to give an employee every opportunity, every option that's necessary. And when we put language like this in there, quite frankly, I think we're taking options off the table. We're making it less easy for an employer and an employee to get to a good position on a situation like this. So I would encourage a no vote on this amendment. The employer already has the ability to work with that employee to make sure that it's a good quality test for the employee and that it doesn't affect the employee's health and well-being. And I truly believe that employers are good people and will do what's best for their employees to make sure that that is good for them. And so I would encourage a no vote.
Thank you. Representative Haroldson for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So this came forward originally yesterday from people that are in the medical industry being tested weekly. And so I'm not trying to disagree, but this is their only option at this point. They're only being given this option. And so this is a situation where this is a request from an individual saying, hey, can we just open up some more options? And so here it does say shall, but at the end it says when available. So it isn't a situation where an employer is going to be in trouble if they can't, if they're not, I mean, you guys, we can't get a car part right now, for goodness sakes. So if it's a situation where we can't get a test, I understand that. And so no one's going to be in trouble, but if they're available, let's give them more options and let's not make it a situation where we create a problem where there doesn't have to be one. And so this is a citizen of the state of Wyoming, a number of citizens that have come forward and said, hey, this is what we're having to deal with every single week. Can we get a little bit of a break here? So I think that this is definitely a great compromise off of yesterday. It gives the businesses the ability to provide when available. We're not sitting there saying, you know what, you're up a creek if you can't find it. No, if they can't find anything but the nasal style swabs, then that's what's going to be used and they're going to continue to test. But if there's other options, they'll keep those in stock as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other member first time? First time. Representative Romero Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that if we are trying to make a good effort to reconciliation and making this amendment pass, I think if it would please for a friendly amendment to include the word may versus shall, I think everybody wants to see options. After talking to constituents, even over our small break, we have to take care of our people. The employers are part of the small business community. We have to keep that in mind. So I'm thinking, can we just, instead of rehashing, can we take a friendly amendment to the may versus shall? And final point is pretty much cleared yesterday by the department, which is in charge of taking care of the health of us all, that they're not rotting this thing in your nose anymore. They're just getting a sample. So that, that's really the case. That's common practice now, maybe in the beginning, but let's put perspective on it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Ottman, for your first time on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to comment to the last speaker, yes, I agree that ramrodding is not good. And most people would think, well, who in the world would do that? Well, number one, this is a procedure that normally when you get examination up into those cavities would be done by a professional. So while some training may be done for certain people in organizations that do this on a consistent basis, there's other businesses that don't do it as often and aren't really trained to do it properly without doing damage. So having another alternative, I believe, would be the best for everybody concerned. Thank you. So I would vote yes.
Thank you, Representative Ottman. Thank you, Representative Provenza, for your first time on Amendment 009, third reading 009.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to address some comments about the nasal swab having carcinogens on it. I think you can compare it a little bit to bleach. Bleach is a carcinogen, but we use it in safe amounts at home. As long as we're not overdosing on our bleach use, we should be okay. So is maybe that chemical used on the swab? Perhaps, but it's not going to be considered at all a concern about creating cancer. Again, unless maybe we're rubbing the swab all over ourselves 24 hours a day. So I would just keep in mind that typically these swabs are very much recommended by physicians in mass. So thank you.
Representative Hallinan, you had a second change of heart. Welcome. Please proceed. Third reading amendment number 9.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In reference to the question about may versus shall, the final phrase in this amendment is that when available. So that allows the latitude of the employer to go ahead with this previous method of testing. So I think that really doesn't really require that it have any latitude in that amendment. I think the when available phrase is enough. And thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Hallinan. Further discussion, first time, amendment number 9. Further discussion, further discussion. Second time. Any member, second time. To the sponsor. Seeing no one rise. Members, we are voting on third reading, amendment number 9, House Bill 1001. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
The amendment is adopted. Third reading amendment number 9 is adopted. Next amendment for consideration is number 10. Chairman Zwanitzer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move third reading amendment number 10 to House Bill 1001. Would ask your favorable consideration. This is on page 7 and page 15, changing the dates of when Section 2 is effective from October 31st to when the actual act would go into effect. Primary rationale is the Constitution of the United States. So I'll quickly read that one. Article 1, Section 9, Clause 3. No bill of attainder or ex post facto law shall be passed. Same in our Wyoming Constitution, Article 1, Section 3, Section 35, actually, of Article 1. No ex post facto law nor any law impairing the obligation of contracts shall ever be made. And what is an ex post facto law? For those non-lawyers or non-Latin speakers out there, it's a law that retroactively changes the legal consequences of an action that was committed or a relationship before an enactment of a law. And so I think we can all agree there's very little way this law would be going into effect over the weekend, October 31st being Halloween. And so I think it's appropriate to take this section out now. And thinking how this law would work and how it gets enacted, certainly if it gets signed by the governor or a veto gets overridden, either of those processes, right, it still has to go to a state agency. They promulgate rules and regs, even under the emergency actions. I'm guessing at least 3 weeks, maybe 3 months, depending when we get back for session in February. And so it just makes sense to have all of the law go into effect when the act is signed and not have a retroactive date. So I'd appreciate your consideration and favorable support.
Thank you. Any member for their first time on the amendment? First time? First time. Representative Gray?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the bill puts a 60-day pause on the mandate. So that would allow for the rules to go into effect. This bill, this is really damaging to the bill. There are mandates that go into effect October 31 and November 1, and were a key part of the timing of this session. And this amendment basically makes that moot. And I think that's really damaging to the bill. The bills of attainder, that's a different. I mean, to say that a mandate which has a floating element to it, that it's not going to go, we have gone back in the past to things that have floating elements to it. And that's not what the Constitution is referring to in that provision. That's so I would urge an no vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members first time? First time, any other members? Members for their first time? Seeing none. Second time to the sponsor. Seeing none, rising to the mic. Members, we are voting on third reading, amendment number 10, House Bill 1001. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The amendment is adopted. Division being called. Third reading, amendment number 10. Please, all those in favor, please rise. The amendment is adopted. 33. All those opposed, I apologize. All those opposed, less than 33. Amendment is adopted. Third reading amendment number 10 is adopted. Next amendment for your consideration is third reading amendment number 11, Representative Haroldson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I move third reading number 11, amendment number 11 onto House Bill 1001 and ask for your favorable consideration. Okay, so before you, we have on page 6, line 22, the concept of adding in another subsection C, that would be an allowance for employees to take or receive alternative COVID-19 treatments in lieu of a COVID-19 vaccination. And what this looks like, or what this means is in the county that I'm from, we've got, there is a doctor and a number of doctors actually that have been prescribing other means of treating COVID. And I know there's the same here in this city. And so there is more than just the vaccine that is an option for treating COVID at this time. They have found that it does prevent and it also does treat. And so this is just another option that we could give people an allowance to be able to have the treatment options to battle COVID and do it in a way that does not include them taking a vaccine that they feel goes against either their religion or maybe their medical condition and or even just their belief structure. So I would ask that we would consider placing the subsection C in. I believe it will definitely just again give more clarity and more brevity to what we're trying to do here. Thank you.
Thank you. We're on first time. Representative Larson, Lloyd,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
on the
My cons-
amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My concern with the language here is the use of the words treatment. Treatment would infer that the person has been infected. And so now we're trying to treat someone after, where the vaccine is a preventive measure. And so if we're trying to compare alternative means of prevention, I could maybe get that, and the good brainer of the amendment identified that there may be some alternative ways of prevention, but it doesn't say that in this amendment. It talks about treatment. So there's nothing to prevent anybody from getting alternative means of treatments now. And they can do that. And I support that. They can do that on their own, but we're talking about doing that in lieu of a vaccination if there is any type of mandate. And so I'd encourage a no vote.
Thank you. Any member first time? First time, Representative Larson, Dan.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I think there are other alternatives out there for treatment, a preventative treatment. You can get them. You have to be specific with a doctor and you have to be specific with a pharmacist to get it, which is totally out of line. If you have a doctor that'll prescribe it, you ought to be able to get it. And also it's forcing the black market. I don't know if I should say that, but there are preventative treatments out there and we should have the option. Vote aye on this.
Thank you. Representative Romero Martinez.
I would be a no vote on this, not because I disagree. I just disagree also with the speaker previous to the last, and also agree with the last speaker. Just put preventative treatment in there. If we can maybe make a friendly amendment, make this work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Any other member for their first time? We're on first time, Representative Yin.
Mr. Speaker, just first for a second. Thank you.
Just to be clear, first for a second, Representative Yin. Thank you. Representative Ottman, first time.
Yes. Whoop. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While the word preventative treatments is in question, I would just add to the conversation. One of the things that I've noticed over the last year and a half that I haven't experienced going through this COVID virus is because it was made very clear to me that some of the things that we needed to do was watch what kind of condition our body was in already. One of the things was to make sure you got vitamin D to get outside and get some sunshine. Another thing was to lose weight. Another thing was to do what you needed to do to watch your blood pressure and things like that. Also a regimen of good food or vitamins. Things like that are preventative. And so I would think that those things, and while others may question that, I am proof positive that that was effective because here I stand. And I think people have a right to use whatever measures. Another thing was with this inoculation is that a lot of times when people went into the hospital or went to their doctor, they were told, well, we're just going to wait. And they were not given anything, whether they were inoculated or not. They weren't given any kinds of treatments until they're very, very ill. So preventative measures really, I think, are something that the health community has pushed forward. I know a lot of the naturopaths are doing that, but also in doctors' offices now, it's being pushed out there. You need to be in better shape. And we're finding that in the community that's near to me, that a lot of the people that are having problems, it's because of pre-existing health conditions that they're battling with. So I would vote and encourage you to vote yes on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Other members for the first time, Representative Walters, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A question for the bringer. Would this then, because alternatives are not defined, would this allow for medical marijuana to then be brought into the state?
Any other members for their first time? First time. Representative Henderson, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First for a second.
Any other members? Representative Sweeney, first time, third reading amendment number 11 on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I'm in conflict because I do believe there are other treatment options that perhaps haven't been offered. But to add in lieu of COVID-19 vaccination, and I know this has been brought up before, I don't view the vaccination as a treatment. It's hopefully so I don't, if I do encounter it and I have issues, well, of course I have issues. I mean, but the vaccine to me doesn't mean I'm not going to get COVID. It does mean that hopefully I don't end up in the hospital with COVID. So I just need a little bit more clarification. Is this an attempt to block vaccines because the word treatments in there in some attempt? If the bringer of the amendment could clarify that for me.
Thank you. Representative O'Hearn for your first time on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm on and for the amendment. There's a lot of different drugs that are out there that will help and slow and fix you that might not be in the vaccines. I've had COVID about a year ago. I've been vaccinated because my wife made me. And I was sicker after being vaccinated than I was during COVID. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
There are some mandates that are unavoidable, Representative O'Hearn. Representative Stiver.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On for the amendment. I haven't been vaccinated. I have traveled from Oregon, Washington, Utah, Nebraska, all over my territory from the beginning of this COVID pandemic till now. I take my vitamin zinc, my vitamin C, my vitamin D. I have not been sick. So there are other options out there. So on and for.
Other members for their first time. Members want first time, third reading amendment number 11. First time. Representative Provenza.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, my concern with this is that this amendment is going to allow for employers to say that they made a reasonable accommodation because someone got the advice that if they drank bleach that they could, that they were treated, and so that everything's fine. That's not a safe and effective method of treating oneself. So I think there needs to be a standard of what is that treatment if we're going to allow for an alternative treatment. There's a lot of misinformation about what we can do. And I'd hate for people to get the wrong impression here and be able to just get around this. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other member for their first time? Representative Romero Martinez and then Representative Knapp on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And specifically on the amendment, I think it goes back to those two words again, treatment versus prevention. I think we're at a juncture of prevent.
Romero Martinez, I apologize. You'd already gone once. So let me complete, and I
apologize, Mr. Speaker. You're right.
I apologize. If you would just hold, and we will go with those who have not gone for a second time. Representative Knapp.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm confused whether bleach is good or not good now. I don't know. I think this goes to the point, my fellow representative on TRW mentioning that the vaccine is not a method of prevention. The vaccine is simply a method of treatment. And I believe that people should be allowed to have alternative treatments. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Knapp. Further first times, and my apologies for the body. I do keep notes and sometimes I don't read them. First time, any member first time, second time, Representative Yin, second time on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So let's assume that prophylaxis counts as treatment. I frankly disagree, but we'll go with the assumption that it does. So I guess my question is who defines that? So does an employer define which of these alternative treatments count as a reasonable alternative, or does the employee? If the employee is allowed to determine what is considered a reasonable alternative, I think the best way to prevent getting COVID-19 is essentially just stay home. So I would assert to my employer, you know what, I think I should be able to work remotely to keep myself safe as well as the safety of all of my other employees that I work with. And so does that mean the employer is forced to allow the employee to have that sort of reasonable accommodation? Or maybe I'll just assert that, I think the best alternative treatment is just water and sleeping all the time. So I'd like to sleep on the job. So I think the extent here is that this opens the door to a lot of things. And I worry that that is going to put a burden on employers. So I will ask you to vote no on the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Other members for their second time? Representative Romero Martinez, my apologies again. Please proceed on your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I apologize for speaking in repetitive order. Again, I think the speaker previous to the last made my point, which is not in the actual specific amendment when we're looking at the word just treatment, and when you're looking at that line, just treatment versus preventative treatment. I don't think it's kind of a simple thing here. I think even though we make it complex, I think if we could just friendly amendment, consider just, changing a little bit of wording. There's some good information presented by the good chair of labor health, and there are certain preventions and treatments that are out there that when used early, don't think I could use proper titles for them, but the 10 of which is Ivor and the whichever, which is that. There's many of them, whether it's water, staying hydrated. I also agree with my neighbor to the south of my district that if you take vitamins in a specific regimen, and again, I agree with one of the greatest founders of natural remedy in the United States, who came out of California and started his own system, and really a pioneer and minor prophet without naming his name. He said that each individual is different. And I think most people know that already, but really pioneered that. And I think if we could just try to figure out a way to tweak that a little bit, I think we might be going somewhere. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Any other member for their second time before the sponsor? Representative Henderson, second time on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm on and against the amendment because where does it end? The individuals involved have already been presented with the choice of either taking the vaccine or not. And they make their choice. The employer has the choice of whether to require vaccines of the employees. They make their choice. Where they disagree, we have a very qualified legal system for them to consult. And we also have a state plan for OSHA rules. So I'm thinking that when you say it's in lieu of, I'm thinking that presumes that
the COVID vaccination is validated. In terms of the treatment, plural, we all have options, I suppose. We have options to go to work or not, but what kind of treatments? How do you compare the various treatments to meet the bar of in lieu of? I think it gets very murky. So I would recommend resisting the amendment.
Thank you. Any other member for their second time? We're on second time before the sponsor, Representative Larson Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I was a little concerned that maybe I had misspoke when I talked about vaccinations preventing and not treating, because there was a follow-up comment from another legislator that said the vaccines are a treatment, not a preventive measure. And so I turned to my desk mate and he gave me the one-eyed stare, like two-eyed stare. And neither one of us knew. So I looked it up on Johns Hopkins, and the COVID vaccinations are given to prevent getting the COVID virus. They don't prevent, if you've got the COVID virus and you get vaccinated, it doesn't prevent you from transmitting it. But the intent is to prevent it, which then comes back to the discussion with the language in the amendment that, are we talking about a preventive measure or a treatment measure? Based on my understanding, and I would argue that the language in the bill refers to treatment after you've been infected with the virus, and what we're trying to do is prevent with the vaccine. So I'd encourage a no vote.
Thank you. Just a reminder, folks, we're not using proper names of institutions either. So any other member for their second time before the sponsor? Second time before the sponsor. To the sponsor, Representative Harrelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am so glad I'm not the only one who does it. That's what I'll say right there. Okay, a couple things I want to just address. I'm going to kind of go back to front. Like I said, everything is showing that these vaccines do not prevent. They may slow, but they don't prevent. If it was a preventative, everything would change about this conversation. But this is, at the end of the day, they're like, wow, we think it helps for some people, for a lot of people. We don't know though. So it's such a gray area. So at the end of the day, they don't honestly prevent. The other aspect is they're talking about what's alternatives. I was told very clearly, we don't put lists in bills because we don't get that opportunity or that ability to pick winners and losers on. So I was told pretty much we don't put a list in. And so that's why we didn't. And then I was asked, is this here to in any way, shape or form replace? No, this is just to give people more options. I want people to have more options of what they're able to do. There are options out there that have helped people with the prevention and or treatment of COVID, and they have proven themselves out. Now, is it a one size fits all, and does it work every time? Absolutely not. But that we do have the option for people, if they want to get vaccinated, they can do that. So I would definitely just encourage an I vote on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, members. We are voting on third reading amendment number 11, House Bill 1001. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
The amendment is not adopted. Division being called. All those in favor, please rise. Excuse me, all those opposed? The division is failed 20-33. Next amendment for consideration is third reading amendment number 12. And I've just asked the chief clerk if there are any further amendments, because if amendment succeeding this one is a delete the acting clause. That will be the last one. So if any member believes they are awaiting an amendment that has not been delivered yet or is not available yet, please notify us so that we will be aware of it. And if you have not approved it, we're in a different spot. But or if you've approved it and we're waiting on it, I guess I should say. So let us know if there's an amendment out there that we're not aware of. With that, Representative Sherwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move third reading amendment number 12 to House Bill 1001 and ask for your support. So let's try this again. Same tune, different song. This amendment defines employer as those with 100 or more employees, removing the mention of contractors, so put that behind us, or any business who has a Medicare or Medicaid contract, or any business with a federal contract. So again, trying to hone in, laser in on who we're talking about in this bill in relation to what's coming down the pike. So with that, I will stand for questions.
Thank you. Members, is there any discussion first time on this amendment 12? First time on amendment 12. First time on amendment, third reading amendment number 12. Representative Stiff, for your first time.
Mr. Speaker, just to say on and in favor, because I think this takes care of the problem of discriminating against small businesses. So on and for.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Further discussion to the sponsor? To the sponsor, seeing none. All those in favor of third reading amendment number 12 to House Bill 1001, please say aye.
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 Those opposed, no. Chair is in doubt. All those in favor, please rise. All those opposed. The amendment is adopted 28-26. Representative Gray.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to call a point of order on that last amendment, or at least get some clarification. It's a very similar amendment to one we had considered earlier on in the reading. And my understanding is you can't have amendments substantially similar when you're in the reading.
I think, Representative, so what amendment, if you have a point of order, what amendment are you referring to so that I can actually review your point?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, it's that last amendment compared to, I believe, amendment number 1, or was it 2? It was 1.
Representative Gray, I think it's actually, the action has already been taken by the body. So while I may understand you may have a point of order, I don't know there's any course of action for this body to do in rectifying that. So if you have a different approach to it, you're certainly welcome to help assist us with that. But the motion has been adopted by the body. Prior to the motion being adopted, your point of order, we could have taken it. But at this point, it is adopted. If there's a conflict, it's not something we can address at this point.
Mr. Speaker, you know,
So-
I have a different interpretation. I mean, I think that until we move on to the next amendment, you know, it's still open to discussion, the point of order.
So you've made your point. I've ruled that there's no remedy to your point at this juncture. unless you have something else you would like to offer, we have a motion. We don't have a motion on the floor. If you'd like to make a different motion, I guess, or we take a recess and we sort out what options we have. But I don't think there's anything that we can do to rectify the point of order that you've brought.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. So members, we are on okay, it's confirmed there are no amendments that are available to us at this time except third reading amendment number 3, which is a delete the enacting clause. Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to move third reading amendment number 3 to House Bill 1001. And Mr. Chairman, I will withdraw that amendment at the appropriate time. So folks, I think we've been basically a week discussing this bill, and I'd like to go back and just put in perspective the origin of the bill and perhaps where we're at now as we come into this special session. The question was how and if we can address the executive order that is coming down from the executive session of the federal government requiring vaccination mandates, and then how does that look for the rest of the state? I think that LSO was tasked with at least drafting something that we could put our hands on and then start to mold or work that to where something either we liked or didn't like. And then we that started out in the committee number 10 and was worked very hard, and then we've been working it since then. This bill is significantly different than when it came out of the committee and came onto the floor as committee of the whole. I think we had all acknowledged that. And I think through the course of this discussion and the evolution of this bill, I think that we're really kind of in a different place than maybe we were when we started. And when we started, the conversation was, as we can put into some place some things that will really, a law that will push back and say the federal government can't come in and require us to do these mandates. And through the course of the discussion, we have acknowledged that although we may, I think the consensus in this body is we disapprove and feel that it is overreach, that passing a bill to say we won't, if that actually becomes law, we're not going to enforce it in Wyoming is not something that we'll be able to do. That's something that we'll have to push back, as we've seen our executive branch here in the state indicate they're prepared to do through court action. So then, as we've gone through this refining process, the way I see the bill right now is the state is now, or we as a legislature are considering imposing laws or requirements on businesses to determine when and how they can do mandates requiring their employees to be vaccinated. So then the root of this issue is, does an employer have the right to say, as a condition of employment, my employees need to be vaccinated? And the other side of that argument then is from the personal private right side is can somebody force me to be vaccinated? And when I think of force, that means that you have no options, that you have to take that vaccine. And when I think of situations historically where shots or medical procedures may have been required, I think historically going back to perhaps prison systems or mental institutions where people were required to take birth control or other such medical measures against their will, and didn't have any way out of that because of their mental capacity or because of the requirements of the government. And so in this situation where we have these two issues that I think are pretty dear to both of us, protecting the rights of business and protecting the rights of the individual, my argument has been that as a business owner, I should be able to set the conditions of employment for my employees. And if my employees don't like that condition, I can't force it on them. They just can't work for me. Now, you, 59 other people were my employees, and you say, Larson, we think you're crazy, forget it. And you go work for the guys down the hall. That's my fault. Now I don't have any employees. But you've exercised your right because you can't be forced. And I think that's really important, that you can't be forced. But I think also the business has a right to protect his best interest. And I think it's been interesting that we've kind of put business in the business interest on this place that my good colleague from up in County Number 1 says that businesses are all of a sudden bad. I don't think they are. I just think that they have a right to make those decisions, and that those decisions might work or they might not work. But even if I'm the only business in town that employs someone of your profession, whatever that may be, and you've got children in school and you've got a wife who has another great job, or a spouse, I should say, that has another great job, and you say, but you can't do this because then I can't be employed in this town any longer because I would have to quit. I get that. I get that. But that does happen when the price sometimes falls, or funding for education sometimes falls. People lose their jobs, or they make that choice. And so I'm arguing against this bill because I really think that we have overstepped and are doing. The state will now be guilty of doing the same thing that we are upset at the federal government for doing, which is overreaching and putting their nose into places where it doesn't belong by requiring these requirements on the business side. I think that there's a solid argument, people on both sides of this argument, and some here in the middle that we're trying to plead our case to. I would just share with you that we have in a couple of state healthcare facilities around the state, in the last 5 weeks, we've had 15 COVID deaths in these state healthcare facilities in the last 5 weeks. Administrators in these facilities are saying, we would really like to have the ability to do something here. And in this bill, we're even putting another 60-day freeze on the ability to do some things that's going to impact some of these populations even more drastically. So, Mr. Chairman, those are my comments, and I know I get another run at the speaker and, to clean up, but that's kind of how I'm laying out this. And those of you that disagree with me, I appreciate your thoughts, and I respect your thoughts, respect your opinion. I respect the efforts that have been made on this conversation over the course of the week. Here we are, in a little bit, we'll know what's going to happen.
Thank you. Representative Nyman, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess, and I appreciate the dilemma that we're in here. I mean, we're trying to figure out how to balance between multiple different issues, but I guess, the thing in this that just gives me a real heartburn is that there's no implication that we're all on the same level playing field. Our businesses are being squished by somebody that holds the scales and also puts their thumb on the scale and pushes down. And the businesses and the individuals that occupy those businesses don't have, yeah, I guess you do. You have options. You can either agree or disagree, accept or reject, but I guess that's my heartburn in this. And you guys have probably picked this up. I try to speak from my heart. I'm not up here to try to, to give anybody HE double toothpicks. It's just the fact that I just want us to have the ability to be able to retain our rights as American citizens. And then somebody's going to go up here and say, well, you're not losing your rights. Well, it's like when they passed down the order that when parents were showing up at the school board, and we got a deal from our leadership in this nation that said the FBI needs to be looking into people that are showing up at these school board meetings, send a memorandum down. Nothing happened. Bear in mind, nobody got arrested. But what does that do? And the word I heard described is that puts a chill on parents. You don't have to show up with the goon squad and start dragging concerned parents out of buildings. That automatically, just by that, it's not a threat. We're just wanting to keep everybody here being good and not let anybody get out of hand and threaten anybody. So we put a chill on it, and it has an effect. To me, the same thing is happening to our businesses right now. Granted, representatives have said we haven't actually seen the directives or the rules from OSHA, but I've been reading articles where it said OSHA has promulgated rules and they've sent them to the Office of Budget Management, and they're going through those rules right now. And I'm sure some of you have seen the implications that said potentially if you get this now and it comes down and it shows up that I've seen numbers of $700,000 fine per employee that's not vaccinated if you have 100 employees or more. And what does that do to business? If you're a business that has 100 employees, you don't even have to have the mandate. Forget the mandate. Let's just put that aside for a second. But if the one that holds your ability to function and to exert fines and things like that on you says, hey, we might be doing this. This could be coming. Not saying that it is. I'm just saying we're looking at it and it's potentially coming to you, coming to a business near you. What's that do to you? It scares the living crap out of you. Because how are you going to fight that? How are you going to stand up to that and say, no, we're just going to, I got money in my slush fund and I'm going to just stalwartly stand up to the federal government and say, you know what? I can pay those fines. No, you probably can't. We're griping about $100 or a $500 fine on a business. The federal government's coming in with numbers like in the 6 digits. And what happens if they throw a 6-digit number out there and they only show up with a 5-digit number? Oh, we can stand that. Whew, thank God we missed a bullet there. What does that mean to the people that were in the process of trying to scurry around and save their livelihood to comply with something that isn't even a mandate? It's not even in law. I think to me, the premise of us coming down here and trying to meet as a body and have a group genius was that we saw, based on the feedback from our constituents, that we wanted to be preemptive or proactive and saying, whoa, now I know you guys aren't doing this, but what if you do? Well, forget you. I've already changed my life. I'm already done it and whatever, and we're good. So if they do it, and then here we go, and this has actually been discussed. Federal government says, psych, this was all a joke. We just was teasing. No, we're not going to force those mandates. We're not going to do that. If you want to comply, you can. And that's okay. Because there is right now, folks, now remember, there is no law. We're waiting for these mandates to come down. But my point in this discussion and my dissertation is that we are running, trying to get ready for something that may or may never happen, but people's lives are at stake in that process. And I think that's why we're here. We're trying to say, now, whoa, wait a minute. Now, just before you guys just go off and just do this and force this, let's put a whoa on this. Let's say, now we're not just going to buy in on this. We're going to protect our folks. We're going to prevent you from just coming in here and just taking over and doing whatever you want. But to my first point in this, the federal government's got their hand on the scale. They're pushing down with their thumbs saying, hey, you know what? What if we do? It scares us to death. So we make laws to try to prevent something that may never show up, but people are still affected. So that's why I want this legislation. That's why the people at home that I serve want this. They want provisions in place to do something to protect their rights. And it is heartburn that businesses are being damaged in this, or potentially could be. Because it stinks that they don't have a lot of choices. Because they're being threatened with potentially, I mean, we talk about potentiallys. They could potentially lose their businesses. So I appreciate in the discussions we've done through this, there's been amendments and things have changed. Things have been softened, in my opinion. Things have been strengthened. That's fine. But ultimately, let's try to keep in mind what we're doing here. We're trying to put something between us and the government with somebody that's got a lot of power and a lot of ability to affect all of us. And if we don't push back, and as the good representative to my left here, I have a great deal of respect for, said, draw the line, then we're not doing our job. Support the bill.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Nyman. So members of the body, I want to remind you, we are on third reading. This is our final consideration of this bill. So let's not be distractive on the floor. And when a member is speaking, let's give attention. And if you need to attend to other business, let's step off of the floor. With that, Chairman Wilson and then Representative Banks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess I'm going to still vote for the bill, but I want to make a few statements so that people listening in understand what has happened. Because a lot of times, people start with the bill and I think this is a great bill or a bad bill. We should be pretty clear. The last speaker said something about drawing a line. The last amendment made the line about like the southern border. There's a lot of space in here now. And so people who are listening in from elsewhere, when I came here and voted for this session, I figured we could protect a lot of employees. And I don't disagree with the bringer of the amendment about the business side. I truly don't. That's why in our committee, we had a bill that addressed all employers and asked them to make reasonable accommodation. The last amendment that this body just passed now basically only makes the bill applicable to businesses over 100, medical providers, and federal contracts. So if you've got a welding shop of 24 people, or you got a grocery store with 16 people, sorry, if you work there, this bill no longer helps you. And people who are listening just need to be aware of that. We just wrote out about half the people, half the workers in this state from the protections of this bill. Is it still worth voting for? Yeah, probably, but I'm a lot less enthusiastic than I was last week. And I just want the people in the citizens to realize that if your legislator comes back and said, well, I voted against it or I voted for it, it's no longer quite as clear in my mind as it was before, because we've left a lot of people, I think, out of the protections. Fair enough on the employer. I get that. That's why we tried to find a balanced place. I think some people kind of fell off the balance scale there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Banks, for your first time, and then it'll be Representative Knapp and then Yin. Representative Banks, please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. We came here this week. One of the rallying cries obviously was federal overreach, and I would imagine that we all agree we don't want federal overreach in Wyoming. But I would urge you to vote no on this bill. I fear what we've done with this bill now is, in addition to federal overreach that we are going to have to live with, we further complicated the issues, particularly for those businesses in our communities. We have really added undue burden, undue regulation, undue reporting, undue questions for those business about now how they're going to accommodate both regulations. So I would encourage a no vote.
Thank you. Representative Knapp, for your first time on the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I would urge no vote on the amendment and for the bill. I am a business owner, and we've talked a lot. We've talked a lot this week about businesses and the rights of businesses. And I can tell you, I'm somewhat impressed by that discussion and appalled by it at the same time. As a business owner, my first concern is for my customers and then my employees. It was the federal government that took the business rights away by even mentioning the fact that there would be a mandate. There were no businesses scurrying to create their own mandates before that happened. So it wasn't this body that is working to somehow eradicate those rights of businesses. That right was taken away the minute that mandate was mentioned. That's their loss of freedom, businesses' loss of freedom. It's our job to uphold freedom, both for the individual and for the business. And I want to congratulate the entire body, because what we've come to now is a bill that we can all push forward, because for businesses, they can choose. And this gives them the support to push back against the federal government. Without the risk, we've stripped every penalty. We've made it harder for them to face civil litigation by their employees. So I want to congratulate the body, because this is a bill we can move forward without those worries of hurting businesses' rights. We've protected them, and this gives them the support to fight the federal government. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Knapp. Representative Yen, first time on the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. And I'll quickly apologize for the pacing. I apologize. I think a lot of members heard from some of their constituents that, you know, we need to push back against the federal mandate. We need to push back against the federal mandate. That's what we need to do to fight them from their overreach into our state and our workers and our businesses. You know, I think we even heard from businesses that they don't like the federal mandate. The issue is that now this bill as amended doesn't push back against the federal mandate. So I urge all of you to please come up and tell me where I'm wrong. Where does this actually push back against the federal mandate? We didn't want to put our healthcare providers at risk. We didn't want to put our contractors at risk. We didn't want to put our other businesses that fall under the possible 100-person rule at risk. So essentially, the only thing that this affects is businesses that are not under a federal mandate. So we don't actually push back against the federal mandate with this bill. The only thing we do is hurt businesses from being able to make the best choices for public health for their workers and their customers. And I'm not sure that's the intent of what everyone wanted to do when they came here saying, you know what, let's push back against the federal mandate, because this bill doesn't do that. You know, I think another bill does do that. But this one, if your only goal was not to affect businesses and to push back against the federal mandate, this bill doesn't do this. So I'll urge you to vote no on the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. On the amendment, on the bill, Representative Hallinan, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the body for allowing this discussion to go on. I'd say that we are passing a bill that affects Wyoming. It's not a bill that affects the federal government. They haven't passed their mandate at this point. So we can set our own vote and our own law. And I think we need to do that. This attempt in this bill is an attempt for us to say what we think ought to be done in regard to the mandate and in regard to COVID. I'd say that this is a compromise. The compromise is needed. Businesses need to compromise with their employees and the law, and we set the rules for that compromise. The civil rights laws, businesses have to recognize them. They have to go along with them, even though that affects their business. And this is another case where business has to compromise, and the state has a place in setting up what that compromise would be. And I believe this compromise that we have formulated is a good one. It sets up exemptions that are appropriate, and they will eventually go before the court system in our country. And I think they set up a good marker for what Wyoming's position is. That's why we need to approve this bill. We need to set the marker that gets carried forward to the courts. I think it's also a compromise in view of the federal versus state issue. We don't set up a definite challenge to the federal government. We just say that this is what we want. And we are perfectly able to say what we want. They can deny it, and the courts will have to decide it. That will be the final decision on this issue. I think we set a good precedent for the courts to look at in deciding this issue. We're not making outlandish requirements that the mandate would be allowed to operate under. These are very reasonable positions on this bill. And I urge that you turn down this amendment, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Hallinan. I'm going to go to Representative Fortner online, and then we'll come back to Chairman Eklund. Representative Fortner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On our break, I got a call from a good friend of mine. His dad's in a rest home, and over a year and 3 months ago, he started his COVID shots. He had the first shot, the second shot, and the booster here just about 3 months ago. Today, they got the notice that he's in the hospital with COVID. So I think by moving this bill ahead, at least we're going to make progress for people like that. I hope we can anyways. I'm for the bill and against the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Chairman Eklund, first time on the bill, on the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, so when I came here, I voted for the special session, and I encouraged that idea mainly because I didn't know what we could do. And we've spent hours and hours and hours and hours working on this thing. Normally a bill like this would never pass probably the committee, let alone the House, because it's been changed and altered. But all of that is a group of people thinking through it and trying to come up with the ideas we need to help the people of Wyoming, to help the businesses of Wyoming. None of us want to do harm to either. And it's our job not to. It's our job to do what we can for the people of Wyoming. I think with some of the amendments, we may have messed them up. I'm not real sure. I listened to the chairman before me say that we did, and I think I voted the wrong way on that one. The process is, we're not done with the process. The process would be, if we voted this through, we could still do some fixing on the other side. And I think we've worked hard enough on it that we probably ought to just go ahead If, I know a lot of minds are set on this, and the vote all day on for several days on the amendments, it's just been an even split, but I think we've worked hard enough that we ought to pass it through the House and let it move to the Senate. They'll have a new version that we can read. It should have the amendments worked into it. And we've worked too hard to let her down now, but I would urge an aye vote on the bill and a no vote on this.
Thank you,
amendment.
Chairman. Representative LeBeau, first time. And then Representative Schwartz.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Those Nate'ena, my relatives. I came here with an open mind as a member of this great state that has dual citizenship. I'm a proud member of the United States of America. I'm also a proud citizen of the state of Wyoming, this state. In the history of my people, when we want to push back on federal government, believe me, from a nation that wants to push back on federal government, we have done so, we have won, and we have lost when we push back on the federal government. And I've tried to come here with a very open mind, because my perspective for the tribes of Wind River, 2 federally recognized tribes of this state, kind of in a position of, I don't know what to think. And I try to come with an open mind. Sometimes I'm not of a political party. I don't agree with it, because the hat that I proudly wear is a hat of a tribal hat, Northern Arapaho, Eastern Shoshone hat. And I don't fit into either political party. We're very complex. And so I just want to remind you, this body, of that. We, as the tribes of Wyoming, were encapsulated and recognized federally. We have treaties with the federal government, treaties. We have MOUs with our state and local governments. As tribal employers, as tribal governments, we have that. And so the relationships that we have with the state are very complex, very, very complex. And I tried to get clarity with this bill. I don't have it. I have a lot of uncertainty with this bill. The bill adopts a definition of employer under the department that manages our code of revenue. It's broad. It doesn't specifically mention tribes as employers. It's therefore unclear if this bill intends to apply to tribal employers, though federal Indian case law supports the conclusion that it would not. But with the passage of this bill, would it not apply to tribal employers who may or may not receive state funding, who may or may not receive federal funding? How much direct impact versus how much indirect impact would this bill have on employers? I don't know. My questions haven't been answered. One of the largest, employers, again, just for reference on the reservation, is going to be our public school districts right now. But I know this bill is directed towards private. And I just want to share with you guys, in leadership, we must learn to forecast, make decisions, sometimes with incomplete information. And at times, as leaders, we're rushed, in a hurry when leading. And when we do that, we miss things. So because of the uncertainty, the unknown direct, the indirect impact on employers, and specifically my concern of tribal employers who receive federal and state funding, or both, the passage of this bill is too much of a gamble. It's too much of a risk for my people. the employers and the employees of Wind River. It just is. And so I rise in support of supporting this amendment we're on, and I will be voting no on the bill. Ho.
Thank you. Representative Schwartz for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So we all bring our individual experience to our decision-making process in this chamber. And I think we all have very different individual experiences. I have referenced that part of my background is as a small business person. And I was concerned about the burdens and doubts it would create in a small businessman. But the last amendment we passed has, from my experience, relieved me of those burdens and doubts. So now I think about who this bill will have an impact on, and I can only speculate because that's not in my personal experience to have a business with over 100 people. But as I speculate, I think they would share the concern about the burdens and doubts that I was thinking about the last time I came to the mic. And then I take it a step further because I realize that actions we take in this chamber have many consequences. We can't always predict what a consequence of a bill that we pass will have. And I try and speculate what I would be thinking as an owner of a business with over 100 employees in another state who perhaps is looking at moving to Wyoming. We have been talking for as long as I can remember about diversification of the economy and trying to attract new businesses to this state. And I'm concerned that if this bill passes, the message we are sending will discourage many businesses from coming here because they will be concerned about those very same burdens and doubts. So as following that logic, I can only say I must vote no on this bill, and I urge you all to vote no on the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Burt, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to reserve my first for a second, please.
Chairman Greer, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Do I get vaccinated? Do I not get vaccinated? Is the vaccine going to kill me? Is the vaccine going to save me? Do I tell my employees, make them get vaccinated, don't get vaccinated? Troubled by indecision, Mike? Oh, probably. So I know that these discussions probably don't sway anybody's minds, and I'm violating one of my own rules here, but it is a bill I sponsored. And I want us to look at this from this perspective of a very, very emotional issue. Again, as you heard me say earlier when I got here, that you can't go visit a friend, go see a family member without discussing this. It's just, it dominates us right now. You know, what one person thinks is right, another person thinks is absolutely wrong. I am one of those employers that has 100+ employees. I am where the buck stops with the company I run. This is what I feel we have. It isn't perfect. I agree with the good chair of health anyway on that last amendment, but this isn't perfect, but it does provide this. We have this issue with the rights of individuals, with people, and we also talk about the rights of business to be able to operate freely. Now, we constantly regulate business. We've kind of learned if business isn't regulated a little bit, greed creeps in and business will do bad things. So we've regulated business, dealt with business. Also in my day job, not only do I just run a small factory in Warland, I also work with another group of 3 individuals, and we sell over 34% of all the sugar in the United States, in constant contact with them and work with them on a daily basis. They have these same issues that we're talking about. And it is, what do we do? What do we do?
Okay, now there's two arguments here that we've got. One's been fighting the federal government with you. Let's do that, okay? And I think we've got good language to deal with that. But just talk about what this bill does and how it impacts the employers and our citizens. Now, the bringer of the amendment, very good comments, but there's one thing I would like for him to consider, for us to consider. Employees are not fungible. God, my job would be easy if they were. They just aren't fungible. Employees are special. They bring unique things to the work every day, unique perspective, skills. They just aren't fungible. So what do we have? We have a bill that says we're going to respect people's rights about what they're going to do dealing with this vaccine. We have lots of other laws and rules that deal on a discriminatory basis that we all have to deal with. But it also, and this is the thing that as this bill was drafted and started to get work that I really, really like. And it says in Wyoming, you can have a mandate. You just have to do it the right way. And instead of having uncertainty, what is the right way? If I have a federal contract or if I have 100 employees and a mandate may or may not come down, it tells me what that right way is. We as a legislature have decided this is a very important issue to balance the interests of the individual with the interests of business, and have said, we're going to strike a balance and we're going to lay out the roadmap of how you can do it. Yeah, this was messy working. I think it was messy working because we had lots of time to work it. Lots of really good ideas and maybe a couple of bad ones. Okay. But if you look at this, we have done our job here. And so for these reasons, I can balance this in my mind and actually stand and say, no, I think this bill helps business with certainty. Talk to any business owner, talk to anybody that's looking to come to Wyoming with their business. I've talked to a lot of people in the extractive industry. They say, we want regulatory certainty. This bill provides that. So with that, I'm against the amendment for the bill, and I appreciate all of you in your debate. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Harrelson, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So this summer, whenever I got the first phone call from a constituent that was facing the opportunity to either get a vaccine or lose a job. And it's kind of been on the forefront for months now in my mind, because I constantly am receiving those emails and texts. And I just want to ask a question. Do we want a culture in our state where we can have these types of things become norms, where we get a non-tested vaccine mandated for an employee to keep their livelihood? The community I come from, it isn't like there's a million different jobs. For these individuals, this is their livelihood at stake, and they're being told you need to take something you don't want. Does this bill do everything I want it to do? No, it doesn't. But this bill does a lot of what I want it to do. This bill is a great opportunity, a great starting place where we can start creating a culture of saying, hey, you know, you can't just haphazardly do these items or do these things. The people deserve to be protected. We represent people. At the end of the day, we represent people. Should we care about business? Definitely. Absolutely. And as the last speaker did say, I believe in a way, we are protecting business with this. We're giving them a clear outline. But if we're not careful, we will wake up and we will create a culture that doesn't protect the people that we represent. And there are people in this place that that potentially could lose their job because of mandates in this room. And the balcony above us, you guys, these are the people that the 9,000 plus people I represent, of which many will lose their job unless something changes. You know what? They deserve us to go the extra mile for them. They deserve us to have these long conversations and discussions. And I mean, I get it. We rock the boat. We go back and forth and we get passionate, and I appreciate that. I appreciate what you guys have done, and I appreciate how we sharpen each other And yeah, we may not always agree, but at the end of the day, there's 60 of us here saying, hey, let's change a culture to the culture we want in Wyoming. And that culture is that we protect our people. The culture is that we protect the people we represent. And how DC does it may not be how we do it. And that's just fine, because how DC does it isn't how we want to do it. So I would just ask, let's move this vehicle forward. Let's send it across, and let's figure out a way we can protect our people.
Thank you. Other members for your first time? Romero Martinez, you've been back there for a while. Did you want to go? Step up to the mic, please, and we'll go with Representative O'Hearn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In looking at this bill as a body, I think we must realize the businesses that have been cut out, the individuals that have been cut out on this less than good, but still fair bill. And I urge the members and leadership of this fine chamber to address the aforementioned people by speaking out and creating a workable solution with zeal for those cut out, by having them included in sound discussion that not is just one way or the other. And so I agree with my colleague from the nation, autonomous with treaties under the Constitution, and my tribes who also under that treaty which governs my nation moving forward, and with support of this fair but still incomplete body of work, that we move forward and try to fix the brokenness in discussion with the Senate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I do apologize. I got out of order a little bit. Representative Conley, you are next. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm in favor of the amendment and against the bill. I think we've done good work in terms of thinking through lots of situations. And we've made some amendments, but we're not done yet. We just aren't. There are way too many situations that we haven't thought through well enough in order for this bill to go forward. What I think about, number one, is that we are still in the midst of a pandemic. And number one in my mind is that we need to protect our people from getting sick and, God forbid, from dying. And that is happening far too much. It just is. So when I look at this, I think about how do we help facilitate the kinds of protections that we need. And I'm just saying one example where we haven't thought about this. We're talking about business owners. We have our last amendment now kind of restricts it again to that 100 or more employees. However, there's an exception for employment with at least one employee who has contracts involving Medicare or Medicaid. And what I think about is I have a really good friend, and she is taking care of her 92-year-old dad who is on oxygen. Right? She needs to hire someone, and honestly, she's going to do it legally. She's not going to pay someone under the table to be caring for her dad. She's filling out all of the correct forms. She's an employer. She's an employer. All right, there's no two ways about it. She is. And you know what? She's going to submit, all right, some of those expenses to Medicare and Medicaid. Can she not ask that the person or people that she hires to come into her home to be vaccinated? That's what this says, right? Or else you have to go through all of those accommodations, and I'm not sure how they could at all work, right, in that instance, right? I want her as an employer to be able to say, if you're going to take care of my dad, right, I need you to be vaccinated. I want my dad alive through the holidays. I want him here next year. He should be. So that's just another example of how we haven't thought of the situations that we need to in order to assure that we're doing what we should be doing for our citizens, which number one is to look into the health and welfare. So on and against the bill, in favor of the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Any other member? Representative Ottman, first time.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I voted against the last amendment because I really, after all the work that we've done on this bill, I would like to see it go through the process, as another representative has said. But another thing I just wanted to bring to mind, and just some food for thought, a lot of the employers that we're talking about now with the ones that would be 100 people over, and with the insurance and everything like that, a lot of those positions are federally and state subsidized positions. They're government places like schools where there is funding. And what I'm seeing in my county, so it's one thing I'm just kind of concerned about if we don't have something to deal with this, is that already the newspapers have huge ads, not only with our state government, but also another government in our county, huge ads that they need employees, in so many different areas, because people are leaving and or being replaced and or being fired. So what the articles in the newspaper then are saying, well, you know, we can't get employees because we need to pay them more. That's not particularly the case. It doesn't matter in some instances how much we would pay if there aren't people to fill those positions. So what I'm asking is that we pass this bill and don't pass the amendment so that this can go through the system, because we're at a place here where we're putting people out of work that would be working and that would want to work and that do want to work, and they're not having that opportunity without compromise. So I would just ask you to vote no on the amendment and yes on the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Henderson, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm on the amendment, in favor of the amendment and against the bill. I've had conversations with many people in preparation for this session, including key decision makers in the executive branch. I talked with the folks who take care of our military employees and our readiness of our state. They have over 70% vaccinated. Of course, they're under a national mandate, national order. They work through a chain of command. In terms of impact, potential impact, currently I was told there are 4 people who are reconsidering their reenlistment decision in light of perhaps the mandate or the requirement to get vaccinated. So, and then also the health area, since January of this year, up through October 22nd, we had 74 of our friends and neighbors who unfortunately died who were vaccinated. But across our state, We have over 300,000 of our Wyomingites who have taken at least one shot of the vaccination. Over 250,000 are fully vaccinated. So I need to say, well, that's, it's going to take probably, you bet. Yeah, that's why we get a flu shot every year. So we have some folks that I know in the health profession. And they said that remarkably, last year in the emergency room locally in our hospital, they had no one present themselves for anything related to the flu. Unvaccinated people. I saw an article this morning. I read a national newspaper every day. I saw an article this morning that had a graph on it. And our local health director reaffirmed for me that unvaccinated people have an 11.3, they have 11.3 times greater risk of dying, the likelihood of dying from this terrible virus than those who are fully vaccinated. It's about, what, 11 to 1, 12 to 1? I think that's very serious. Now, fundamentally, I think this bill is flawed. And I think it's flawed from the standpoint in the workplace environment, in the area of specifications related to conditions of employment. I mean, look at all the discussion that our good body had on the terms related to the disclaimer clause, if you will, the so-called Crago Amendment. Now I think we're called the Crago-Yin Amendment. I think it's a good fix. But what I'm seeing is that when we have time to deliberate and we have time to debate, then we do good work. And so I think that what we have is a good start, but we're not there yet. Bad policy today will be bad policy tomorrow, and it'll be bad policy when we come back in February. So I say we get it right. And I think the way to do that is to vote against this bill and continue working. One of our standing committees did a lot of work, did a lot of testimony, as you know, and had a bill put together, and they voted to sponsor it. That's our process. You hear trust the process. And I want to do that. But, you got to look at all ages, right? I mean, we started out at who was at risk, the older folks and so on. Now with the variants, younger people are being infected and dying. And women more than men. That concerns me. I read this morning that paper I told you about, 1.9 million children between the age of 5 and 11 have been infected in our country. 8,300 have been hospitalized. Lord God, I don't want to know how many have died, but what's it going to take? When our children start dying, is that when we're going to go ahead and get the vaccine? As I said, over 300,000 already got one shot. So this is premature. The whole consensus that I think of when I'm lying there awake at night, wondering how I'm going to approach this, is it's premature. We have an opportunity here to set in motion potential unintended consequences related to, the Crago-Yin thing. That in itself acknowledges the underlying flaw relative to the proposed fix, or fixes, if you think of it in terms of plural, and the constitutionality and the interface between the federal and the state. I say when the federal government wants to come over here and tell us what to do, then we stand firm. But we need to know what we're standing firm about. And we don't know that right now. We have some hints. I'm very concerned about my friend who had to make a decision on a critical surgery. But one of our founders said, his last name is Jefferson, if I may, Mr. Speaker. He said, if my neighbor is an atheist, he neither pricks my skin nor breaks my bones. I'd do anything for my neighbor. His house is on fire. I see somebody over there that doesn't look right. I'd do anything for my neighbor, out of the workplace or in the workplace. And I don't expect anything in return. But by golly, when we go out and about in the neighborhood and we go to work or we go to businesses, we have a reasonable expectation of public health. And one thing that we've kind of overlooked in the pace of doing this week, and we've done important work. I voted for some things, I didn't vote for others. But one of the things that we've done is we've clarified just how big this deal is that we're trying to solve. And we're trying to stop a moving thing with many dynamics. Look at the number of variants, huh? I mean, in June, you can almost pick the day when the Delta variant took off. That's enough for the first time around, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative, just because you say you beg leave, you're still not to use proper names on the floor. Acknowledging it before you do it does not make it acceptable for you or any other member. Any other members for their first time? First time. Representative McGuire for your first time. Members, if you want to speak, I would ask you to make your way to a microphone. We're on first time. And Representative McGuire, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the amendment and speaking against the bill. So during this process, I've written down a few quotes, and the very first one that I scratched down was, "This bill will help small business owners." And after that, I started to flash into my favorite cartoon, which deals with an engineer and a pointy-haired boss and an evil small HR director that's a cat. And it's funny when you read the cartoon, because being on the outside, you see the flawed scheme that's being put forward. And on the outside, you can see the problems that there are. And so that's why it's interesting and fun to read it from the outside. Now, on the inside, there's been a lot of emotion, and it's been difficult to see the forest for the trees. Now, probably the most accurate quote that I scratched down, and I give full credit to the representative from this county, "We're swinging our arms in a dark room, hoping we connect with something." Well, that was right on point. And then to the other end of the extreme, we got to, "We should remove our shackles and reject all federal funding." And shortly thereafter, we had a real, true example of leadership when a representative from my county actually got into the books and looked up and stepped up to the mic and said, "Well, these are the actual numbers. You sure you want to give up all this?" And me, quoting from a movie, I mean, as far as I remember, I woke up in the United States of America this morning. I'm a proud citizen of the United States. And every quarter I send in a big check, and I'm hoping that that money does come back to the state for the benefit of my kids. And when I go home, I want to get on that interstate highway. And, it's important to be a part of the country and to be part of the United States of America. And making some outlandish claims and making statements that are really chaotic in order to maybe get a soundbite or to get a newspaper
Order,
headline.
Mr. Order. This is.
What's
this
your
is-
point, What's your point, Representative Gray?
This is getting into people's intentions, totally unacceptable with our rules.
Thank you.
Back on the
There-
bill.
Thank you. So many people have had broad discretion. Representative McGuire, let's not intimate what others' impressions may be or intentions may be and debate the merits of the bill.
Point taken, Mr. Speaker, and I will do that. So I would ask the body as we continue on and as we come back for the next session, let's try to focus on facts, verifiable facts. And as we quote things, let's make it available that other people can see where that information comes from. And let's try to work with the rule of law. And let's try to work forward and show true leadership for the people who've sent us down here. Because that's what we're here for, is to provide leadership and to look into the problems and try to provide solutions for the problems. And as we move forward with this, as you move forward with your vote, I would invite you to picture this. No matter what is passed at the end of this session, this special session, if something is passed, get yourself ready to go to the organization that represents businesses in your community and take a couple copies of it. And go in and sit down with the business leaders in your community and say, here we go. This is it. This is what we produced. I'm ready for your adulation. Show me what a great job we did. Show me how much better it is to do business. Show me how much more profitable you'll be able to be. The employees that have contacted you that are rightfully frightened, take this bill to them and say, there you go. Problem. I'm sorry. I don't see the problem solved. You know, there's been a lot of blustering and a lot of posing in Washington, D.C. And a lot of people don't remember. I can remember. But during a different administration, there was a proposal for the state of Wyoming, well, the whole country, to go metric. And our department that deals with highways and things like that, they printed up a whole bunch of signs with speed limits in kilometers per hour. And then you know what? Nothing happened with that. And so they had a warehouse full of signs. And for those of us that can remember, then they printed up regular signs that said miles per hour and they would post them over the top of them. And those were there. There's still a couple of them out there, I imagine.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. Yesterday, we had a comparison and said it wasn't applicable. Are comparisons applicable?
So Representative Gray, so we are in a delete and acting clause, which
Okay.
opens the entire bill. Yesterday, when we had the comparison discussion, it was about within the context of an amendment, a specific amendment. So we could continue point of orders all day, and I'll try to give you as much latitude if you choose to speak on this as you think others are getting. Thank you. Please proceed, Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So getting back to the point, the issue is that we don't know what's coming forward or how it's going to come forward. When we do have something, I'll be voting in favor of real practical solutions that provide practical solutions for our employers and our employees and help us move the state forward. But again, I would invite you, review the bill as it exists and just think about that conversation with people who really are out there on a daily basis dealing with their employees, and let them ask you, have we created a new cause of action for an employee to file an unfair employment practice complaint? Have we, made it more difficult for them to maybe get insurance? Have we made it more expensive for them? And as a person who buys business insurance every year, when you apply for it, you get a little questionnaire that says, have you had any claims, actions, complaints? And you have to answer all those. And if you've had an action, well, guess what? Your insurance is going to go up and it's harder for you to do business. and it's harder for you to protect your employees. So against the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Representative Kinner for your first time. Then we'll go to Representative Roscoe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A first for a second.
Representative Roscoe. Any other members wishing to speak, please rise to the mics. Representative Roscoe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and body. I know we're all struggling in this, and I should probably just sit down because of the eloquent speaking that's been going on from both sides and heartfelt and means a lot to me. And I hate to see the divide that we have, and I hope we can come back together at some point. A couple things that I have heard that as a businessman of about 35 years, a small little construction company, this will affect me. And I don't think it really will give me any certainty, and it certainly won't give me any protection. And that concerns me, and it also concerns all my employees. Not just my initial employees, but I mean the people that I actually have a payroll on, but all the subcontractors, which is over 100 people each year. And we all want liberty and freedom, and liberty and freedom always come with a price. So I'm going to cut it short. All those things I wrote down really have been said a few times already. But one thing that I talked to my son about some of this stuff, and he is a graduate of one of these universities that was mentioned earlier. And he has factual information on medicine and science. And that's the other thing that he said, there's really not enough known, even with the vaccine, all the things that everyone seems to be so sure of themselves, but really it's only a couple of years old and the data is just coming out. So I think it's hard for anybody to say on either side what is proven and what isn't. Science doesn't work usually that fast. I think the fact that we got a vaccine at all this quickly was amazing and has saved thousands of lives. So I don't think this bill would help small business at all, and that's been said a million times. I guess I'd like to move on to something else that I was unsure about, and maybe on second reading somebody can talk about it, but the military just initiated a requirement, mandate, if you wish, I think it was a month ago, and it requires all their servicemen, people serving the United States in any of those services by November 28th to get a vaccine. And they could be Wyoming people that are in the Guard or in the Reserve. And the Navy is 90% vaccinated because of the initial thing I think that happened last year before the variant and everything came out, is the USS Theodore Roosevelt contacted the virus, and it spread throughout the ship. 1,100 people were infected and only one died, but these are extremely young, healthy people. And the ship was sidelined for 2 months. So that's an aircraft carrier, major part of our United States defense. So I don't know how this kind of a bill would affect any Wyoming people about that, but I thought something we should think about. One other thing. So we've mentioned our forefathers, our rights, and our liberty. And so our first president, who was fighting for our independence, was losing more people to smallpox than he was to the sword. And so back when vaccines were very new and probably quite a bit more dangerous, inoculated his whole Continental Army. And we won the war. So now we have our independence. So I don't think there's enough certainty for me to vote for this bill. I think I simply don't. I think it brings up more questions than we've answered. So I'm going to vote against the bill. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, members. Majority Floor Leader Summers and Representative Brown.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. On and for the bill. And I think my reason is we have to have this debate. And first of all, I'd like to thank everybody for most of the debate. At times, we had too much passion perhaps, but I think we really debated all the salient points of the bill and the effects that it could cause or not cause, effects on workers, effects on business. But in the end, I view my job down here as to try to find that balance between whatever that is, that solution we're looking for, that balance. It's always lies somewhere in the middle. It's never, in my mind, it's never always here or always there. It's somewhere in that spectrum. And I think we've got closer. And I think we do have to look at our people back home. I'm vaccinated. I got 3 vaccine shots. They want to give me a 4th, have at it. But I've got a lot of constituents that don't want vaccines, that are workers for companies. And so I think I have to look at that and what they want to see. And I got to look at my businesses and what they want. And that's my job as a policymaker, to try to craft that middle, to try to find that razor's edge, that thread, that needle. And have we done a perfect job? No, but I think we're further along. And you know what? Another body gets to look at this bill. And so I just want to commend the body. I want to remind the body not to be mad at each other, that we need to remember that that we are in a deliberative body that has to maintain relationships. But good on us for the debate. All points are salient, and on and for the bill.
Thank you, Representative Brown, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was just going to say first for a second, but just a slight pushback that we can't be mad at each other. You can all be mad at me for wearing this coat, Mr. Speaker. So first for a second.
Representative Obermuller.
First for a second, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any other members? Any other members? Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to reserve the opportunity to speak on a second round. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Zwanitzer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First for a second.
Anybody else need a first for a second? Anyone else want to speak for a first time? First time. Representative Provenza.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like a first for a second. Thank you.
Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, of course, passions run high, but I truly believe we're here because of the federal mandates that are looking like they're coming down the pike. I do believe we're here too early, but I think the real reason we're here is medical care community that's located in 4 communities. The largest one is in my community. And I think that's been brought up by several of you during the debate and even during this discussion. So I think it's relevant, and hope that I don't get called on a point of order, because that's truly why I think we're here. And it's because of the mandate that employer, that private company, has decided within their total organization, they're not discriminating against Wyoming, but all of their 52,000 employees in several states. And I think that's why we're here. Do I care about those employees? Of course I do. Some of them are my constituents. So I have to weigh that. The majority, I have a lot of large employers, some with 97 employees that deal with federal contracts on road construction jobs. And I have gotten a great deal of feedback from those individuals caring about their employees and what they're going to be forced to do. And they're not moving forward with multi-million-dollar contracts because they've surveyed their employees. And so they're citing the other side. And if they go out of business, that's their choice. But they're standing beside their employees. I think the debate has been good. I think we've done some good work trying to make this manageable. And I commend the bringer of this original bill. I don't know if we've ended up in a better spot than where the good chairman of minerals, when he brought this, or if in a worse spot, but I hope we've made it better. Either way I vote, I don't think we're good enough at this point for me to support it. But keep in mind that we need to keep working on this. And I do believe when we come back in February, you know, if once we get the rules that we're waiting on, if we need to take action, we can. I don't think we want to, we all saw the memo. I hope you read it from LSO on the liabilities and the problems. I don't think we're following the Constitution of our state. Just my opinion. I am not a constitutional scholar, as many of you in this body are. I am not an attorney, but the only certification I've got is a dishwasher. And so I don't feel I'm qualified to say those things on the Constitution, but from what I can read and I can ascertain, I just think we're heading down the wrong bill, wrong place, wrong road on this bill at this point in time. And I ask for a no vote on the bill. And thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any other members first time? Members first time. We've almost got a majority. Any other members first time? First time. First time. I'm going to check online one last time. Seeing none. Second time. Second time. Second time. Representative Yin, second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So during first, I know the good bringer of the bill had said that employees are not fungible. I agree. Frankly, I agree. Employees are not fungible. You have good employees that are loyal to you and that want to stay in your business. That's worth a lot. That is worth a whole lot. The question is, should the state decide how you treat between your employees and you as an employer? So I think he gave the example of, do you want to lose non-vaccinated employees? I would assert the opposite. So if you have a group of employees that are all vaccinated, they're all vaccinated, and they want to make sure that no unvaccinated person joins their ranks. Otherwise, you might lose them. Is that a decision that we want the state to say, you can't do that? Again, this should be a decision between the employer and the employees, not a decision that the state makes. And I do want to assert one more time, just to make it clear for everybody. This bill, as it is amended, does nothing against the federal mandates. The only businesses that it affects are businesses that are not being mandated by the federal government. So when the hospital in Natrona County gets a federal mandate, those employees will have to obey it, essentially. So again, if your goal during the special session was to fight back against the federal mandate, this bill doesn't do it. Vote for a different one that does, but I would ask you to vote this one down. This one only affects private businesses that are either not affected by a mandate or have a judicial stay, but they don't actually fight against the mandate itself. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Representative Fortner online. Representative Fortner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think everybody, without a doubt, knows that this bill isn't a perfect bill. It isn't really even a good bill, but it's a place to start. It's like building a house. You got to have a foundation before you can build the house. At best, it's half-baked. And I think when we send it down the hall to the master bakers, let them bake it for us when it comes back, then that's when we can really have the say-so and the opinions on whether we're going to pass it for final or we're not. One or the other. It's that simple. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Representative Hallinan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to praise the comments made by the majority leader saying that this is a compromise bill. It's a compromise between business and their employees. It's a compromise also between the feds and the state of Wyoming. The state does not challenge the federal government. It just sets up rules on how we can deal with this issue of a mandate. Maybe they won't like it. Maybe that compromise will have to be worked out by the courts. That's how it gets decided in our country. And I think it's only appropriate that we set up our side of the argument. And that's what this bill is. I'd like to comment on a few of my colleagues' other positions on this bill. My good friend from Teton County, I'd like to say to him that his concern about the future of our state's economy, if this bill is passed, I think it's not really necessary because this bill is only going to be in effect. It'll be in effect after the courts rule. If it rules in our favor, then this bill will probably not be necessary any longer. If the courts rule against us, this bill will be thrown out. And then we won't have to worry about what its effect on the state of Wyoming will be. I'd like to comment on my colleague's position that this is a premature bill. Well, every bill is premature. We don't know exactly what the outcome of any bill will be. This bill, I think, is a good bill because it's a compromise bill. And I think we need to work with that in mind. Then I'd like to comment on my colleague's opinion that this is only going to deal with the current issue. Well, again, we don't know what the future is going to hold, and we'll have to have different approaches at that point. So with all these things in mind, I think that this bill needs to be approved, the amendment defeated, and we need to take our position in favor of this bill. It's a good bill, and it's been compromised many times, and it compromises with the issues that are in our perusal. Those issues between the employees of our state and their employers. And the state is in the business constantly of setting up the markers in these kinds of issues. The federal government is setting up its position, and we can set up ours. And then we have to resolve it. And that gets resolved by the third branch of government, the courts. So with that in mind, Mr. Speaker, I urge that we support this bill and defeat the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Obermuller, this is your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I apologize. We came here to presumably push back against the federal mandate. I would caution us not to react to the federal mandate in this particular way. An offense to one group of citizens should not be met with a counter-offense on another group of citizens. The debate about the mandate in this bill has shown that even within the business community, there are personal and political leanings regarding how it's viewed. This bill pits those political leanings against each other. I don't believe we should be doing that. Remember, we came here to push back. Why would we ask business people to understand and implement a government mandate in order to send a message that we don't like government mandates? Let's walk back from the ledge here and thereby avoid all the unintended consequences that this bill is bound to create. Thank you.
Other members, second time. Other members? Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had a whole litany of notes here, and I was going to bore everybody with some more stuff and some more passionate speeches, but I think I'm going to keep it short and sweet. We entered here on Tuesday. On Tuesday, my brother-in-law had to bury his father from COVID-19. Wednesday morning, I woke up to one of my best friends sending me a text message that, quote unquote, my daddy just passed away last night. Made a call Wednesday afternoon to find out what had happened. He came down with COVID-19 on Tuesday and was dead on Wednesday. It's real. I've just received 3 emails in the past 5 minutes or so claiming that this isn't real and this is just the flu. Can't remember the last time I saw a flu bug kill nearly 1 million Americans. Not even close. But I want to really hit home that we're talking private rights, individual rights versus business rights here. And I went through the Constitution and I found a couple of different really interesting things here. I've read it probably 3 or 4 times just in the past couple of days. But one of the things that I found very interesting here is when we start talking about businesses, we actually do dictate that in the Constitution on what we can do as a body here. And we do put some sideboards in there. But one of the most interesting things I found here was creation. Article 10, Section 1 is creation of corporations. And basically it says all laws relating to corporations may be altered, but corporations doing business in the state may, as to such business, be regulated, limited, or restrained by the law, not in conflict with the Constitution of the United States. That was one of the more important things that I was looking at there. And frankly, I think we've done a decent job of trying to make this a compromise bill. I still don't think I'm going to be able to support it. I don't think we've quite reached that threshold where I feel comfortable that we've balanced everything. And actually, I think one of the bigger issues is the fact that we haven't balanced this equity law, this equity issue. We've now made this squishy space here for these employers that we've said, okay, the federal mandate can take place for all the federal mandates, but we're going to come in here as this body and we're going to mandate something different to this squishy space down below that federal mandate. And that mandate is the exact opposite mandate of the federal mandate. We're mandating we can't have mandates. It seems backwards to me. I don't think there's very many people in here that don't have their mind made up. I will say, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud of this body and I am proud of the deliberative process. And something so passionate, something so incredibly close to home for so many people. I'm proud to be a member of this body that has debated it with decorum. We've had some slip ups, but at the end of the day, at the beginning of this day, we all shook hands. And I'm proud to be a member of this body, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members? The second time, Representative Knapp. Members, if you're interested in speaking, please get close to a mic because we're getting closer to not having anybody left. Representative Knapp, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If anyone has any idea that they might be swinging in the dark, I'd like to just note Article 1, Declaration of Rights, Section 38, right of health care access in the state of Wyoming Constitution. Subsection A, each competent adult shall act to preserve these rights from undue government infringement. Competent adults shall have the right to make his or her own health care decisions. In my opinion, that's firstly what I'm here to do. I've taken that oath 5 times in my lifetime to defend the US Constitution and to defend the state of Wyoming Constitution. I take that very seriously. People have died to defend those rights. This is one of those unalienable rights that we have, and our duty is to protect that. So that's first and foremost why I'm here and why I'm not swinging in the dark. This bill is a proactive bill. We talked about that earlier, proactive bills versus defensive bills. In my opinion, this is a proactive bill. And I do support it, even after every amendment that we've been through, every amendment that I didn't vote for, because it does give us a compromise. And the compromise is we protect those individual rights without harming business. If I were a business today and I decided to go with the federal mandate, if it comes and when it comes, if I decided that, I would be subject to no penalty from the state of Wyoming with this current version of the bill and its amendments. Do I agree with that? Maybe not necessarily, but I do believe it gives business that ability to say, now I have a choice. Now I have a choice. If I go with the federal mandate, I have no penalty towards the state of Wyoming. If I go with the state of Wyoming legislation, I at least have something in my pocket to go to court with to basically say, here's my support. I actually followed the state of Wyoming law, and these were my reasons. So this bill, I think, is a good compromise to go forward. The body down the hall can make it a better bill, but this is the reason we had a special session. This is the reason we had a special session. In a general session, we have hundreds and hundreds of bills backing us up. In this session, we didn't have to worry about roadkill. In this session, we got to concentrate on this particular item. We have the time to have amendments, which we've had tons of amendments, to make this bill better and to make it more palatable. And I think we're there. I think we're ready to move on. I would vote in favor of the bill.
Thank you very much, Representative Burt, for your second time on the bill, on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the words of our 40th Chief Executive, I'm from the government and I'm here to help. What are we willing to sacrifice to preserve our freedom? What exactly is a line in the sand to where we reach for the overhanded, extended government in order to intervene in what we want? On November 23rd, just next month, my employer will proceed with my termination because I have not and I will not get a vaccine. I'm a blue collar worker in one of the largest employers in our state. I'm facing a loss in my job because of the personal choice I made. I've hesitated to bring this to the body because I have friends on all sides of the aisle, as well as all sides of this debate. I do feel that I will be viewed differently because of my personal healthcare choice not to get vaccinated. But with that, I cannot stand silent any longer. I'm angry. My wife is angry. We are angry at the federal government's blatant disregard for the overreach of our state sovereignty. I'm angry that the people in our nation's capital are overstepping their constitutional duty and forcing their will upon the hardworking people in our state. I want nothing more than to stop the unjust, unacceptable actions and to remind the federal government of the 9th and 10th Amendments. I want to remind our nation that no government has the right to interfere with individual choice of the people because they do not. Throughout this week, I've listened, I have observed, and I've dealt with the pain, and the uncertainty of not knowing if I will have the income to pay for my bills because of the policy of my company and my personal healthcare choices. But my choice is my choice and my family's choice alone. My company's choice is their choice. I know firsthand the consequences of my actions, and I'm bitter. Sorry. I have poured my blood, my sweat, and my tears into my job. And now, for no reason that I feel, and for the reason I feel is flawed, my entire future is at risk. But these consequences are the price of my freedom. Government mandates are intolerable. They are the very definition of tyranny. They allow the government to violate our personal sovereignty and harm our families. Company policies are not mandates. Business owners are our constituents, our families, our friends, and our neighbors. They are the individuals with individual rights. Free markets allow those entrepreneurs to run their businesses the way that they see fit, as long as they do not harm others. This special session should have been dedicated to protecting our business owning constituents from the heavy abusive hand of government. And these bills are not that. I refuse to trade the heavy hand of federal government for the heavy hand of the state. My wife and I have lost friends in this chamber, as well as my district. Next month, I will lose my job and my current way of living. But no matter what my family sacrifices, we will not lose our principles. This was a cost. Sorry. This was the cost of liberty for my family. Liberty is why I'm here, and this is where I will make my stand. Without hesitation, I will stand shoulder to shoulder with my colleagues and our governor in fighting those unconstitutional mandates. But I cannot accept the only path forward is by engaging in an arms race in the federal government to see who can infringe on our constituents' constitutional rights more. I respect my friends in this chamber. I understand your anger and your rush to use state to protect jobs of our friends and our neighbors. I rise today for the liberty at the cost of my own financial security. I rise today for free markets and for free people. I rise today to implore my colleagues to work to nullify these horrible federal mandates without embracing tyranny here at home. Even though these bills are much better than the original drafts we first saw at session, I am a no. I urge to ask yourself, what are you willing to sacrifice for liberty? Today, as I risk my career for liberty, I know where my line in the sand is. Now, I'm going to ask, where is yours? With that, Mr. Speaker, I'm on for this amendment, and I'm against these bills. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Burt. Any other members second time? We're on second time. Representative Kinner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the 66th. Throughout the course of the last several weeks and several months, I also, with you, have been trying to understand what's going on and what are the ramifications of actions being placed upon us, and then what are the ramifications of our own actions. And what I've kind of boiled it down to at the very end is that really, to me, this is all about trust. And what we're saying, or many of us in this room are saying, is that we do not trust the federal government because of this overreach. Now, many of us have received emails, phone calls, conversations with friends. We've had good conversations here. And many are now asking me, are we reacting to the federal overreach with overreach of our own? Now, in my career of over 40 years, I've dealt with businesses in Wyoming, large and small, and I had a whole page of statistics and numbers that I'm going to not jump into to try to move us along. But these folks are concerned. Visiting with one yesterday in my little town at the base of the Bighorn Mountains, they're concerned about whether or not those revenues will be available for them to keep their employees working. Now, I think we know that around the state, there are many, many, many of our businesses looking for employees. The market's pretty tight, what I hear, at least it appears to be up in my area, and I see several of you shaking your heads yes. So that tells me that there are a lot of jobs out there. But that also tells me in my career, having dealt with many, many businesses, all different kinds, that those business leaders are concerned about having employees. And that also tells me that because of that concern, they are going to do everything they can to keep those employees. I don't believe they're going to come up with little silly reasons to get rid of them about this or that, some of the things that we've actually been debating. And over my career, I watched these businesses think of the booms and the busts that our state has gone through. And my connection is really started in the 70s. And think of the booms and the busts. Think of the decisions that our business leaders have had to make over those times. Many of them have survived and are still here. Wow, can you imagine that? They are still with us. And many of them, some of them have perished and some of them have gone recently. But ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to suggest that because of my experiences, I trust our business leaders to make the right decisions and the right choices for the people that work hard for them, for their employees. And so as a result, I don't believe that we need to pass this legislation to tell them what to do to make the right choices and what's best for their people. I trust that they will do that and they will make the right choices. And ladies and gentlemen, I will encourage you to trust those leaders, those business leaders in your communities to make the right choices. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I'm against the amendment, or for the amendment and against the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members? Second time? Second time? Second time? Seeing no one. House Bill 1001. Oh, I apologize. I apologize. Second time, nobody. Back to the sponsor, Representative Larson.
I don't blame you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Mr. Chairman. And before I withdraw the amendment, I'd just like to make a couple of observations and maybe try to add some clarity to some statements made. We've had 30 people comment on this with 26 respective. I don't know if the chairman's numbers are right, but 26 of us got up. The third representative got up today, indicated to us that no businesses were looking at requiring mandates before the federal executive order was brought forth. And I just need to help you recall that back in July, a major healthcare provider that we've been referring to put out their mandate that was going to take effect on, I think, this next month, and provided for medical and religious exemptions that had to be due by October 1st. The federal executive order didn't come out until September. So we really started hearing about requests for special session prior to the executive order. The 13th representative that spoke today talked about culture in our state. And I think that that's really been interesting historically when we've had discussions in our legislature about supporting the rights of big businesses. It hasn't been those of us who've been supporting it here today. It's a weird dichotomy in this session, that those who have traditionally supported business so I agree with the culture in our state that that it is a little wonky right now. There was the 24th representative noted, and I quote, "This is not a good bill," then went on to indicate, "But it's the foundation." And my question would be, if this isn't a good bill, then is it a good foundation? I think the foundation is the most critical component of the building. And we should build on that. Would finally close, Mr. Speaker, by just complimenting everybody, but in particularly the 29th representative that spoke today about the challenges that he has coming forth. We don't hear much from him. Doesn't say much, sits over here, does his work. But felt compelled, and I thought he was very articulate and done a great job, and appreciate, because I know it was not a comfortable thing for him to do. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I would withdraw this amendment and on with the vote.
Thank you, members of the House. Thank you, Representative Larson. House Bill 1001, having been read 3 separate times, the question is, shall the bill pass? Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Andrew, Baker, Banks, Bear, Blackburn, Brown, Burkhart, Burt, Clausen, Connolly, Crago, Duncan. Aye. Eklund, Air, Flittner, Fortner,
Aye.
Gray, Greer, Hallinan, Haroldson, Harshman, excused, Heiner, Henderson, Jennings, Kenner, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson Dan, LeBeau, McGuire, Nyman, Newsom excused, Nicholas, Oakley, Obermuller, O'Hearn, Olson, Ottman, Paxton,
Aye.
Provenza, Rodriguez Williams, Romero Martinez, Roscoe, Schwartz, Sherwood, Simpson, Summers, Stith,
Aye.
Stibar, Sweeney, Walters, Washit, Western,
Aye.
Wharf,
Aye.
Williams, Wilson, Winter, Yin, Zwanitzer. Mr. Speaker. Closing vote. Are there any changes? Closing vote. The vote is closed. 38 aye, 20 no, 2 excused.
House Bill 1001, having received an affirmative vote of the majority of the members elected to the House, House Bill 1001 has passed the House. Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House stand in recess until 3 p.m.
Any announcements? Any announcements? Seeing none, the House is in recess until 3 p.m.